We would like to apologize for the cut in the YouTube feed. We are back on air now with Mr. Alan Peed. We are now answering questions. Currently, we have 2 questions from Mohammed. His question is, what are the IAD or software tools, also the add-on plugins, utilities to download in order to install in the operating system?
To get Maui to work. So
Yes.
all you need, if you're on Windows 2022, and Maui will be there as a workload. So everything will be installed as part of the Visual Studio 2022 installer. So you don't have to install anything else. You had to when it was in preview, but right now it's part of the Visual Studio 2022 workload. If you're on a Mac, you can use Visual Studio for the Mac as well. It's available in 17.4 as part of the installer.
Thank you. His second question is, can you explain the project tree repository field and the role function for each one?
That it broke up a little bit.
Sorry. He asked if you could explain the project tree repository field and the role and function for each one.
The Solution Explorer, I'm assuming
Yes.
that question is. Yeah, so in Visual Studio, you have a top node, which is the solution. So a solution can be many projects, and which the projects generally translate into a shared library or a full application. So the solution there will be basically holding maybe your Maui application and maybe your ASP.NET application as well, and then shared libraries between those. If you've got an IoT project, it could be part of that solution as well. So that the tree will start solution and then many projects. And then Maui itself will be a single project. That's a difference from Xamarin and Xamarin Forms. Xamarin used to be many projects per platform, but Maui is now a single project. And then the tree under that will be shared stuff, unless it's in a platforms folder, which then will be native for those platforms. So either Android, iOS, or Tizen, or whatever those platforms are.
Right. Thank you. It doesn't seem like we have any other questions at the moment, so we'll give them another minute.
Assume we're going to be sharing these slides.
Yes, thank you. We'll have to share those. We can leave it in the YouTube video underneath the description. We'll list the links there.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, because it's this last page here, because last slide has many good getting started links.
Oh yeah, I saw those ones, as well as your socials and those various groups you said that people can join and learn from.
Yes.
Right. It doesn't seem like we'll be having any more questions. Thank you for joining, Alan. It was a very informative presentation, and I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Okay, cool. No, thank you for having me. I'll see you just now again for IoT.
Yes, we'll see you for the second part.
No, cool.
All right. Coming up next, we will have Dr. Mchali. Dr. Mchali has taught at the Webster University in Columbia, South Carolina, in the USA for over 10 years. He held the position of a deputy chair and assistant dean of curriculum for the School of Information Technology. Before he became the chief information officer appointment, Dr. Mchali was the head of the Department for Information Technology at the Durban University of Technology. He was also the acting director of information technology in this Information Technology Support Services. He will now present Programming IoT Wearable Devices. Thank you, and please welcome Dr. Mchali.
Thanks, Golem. Can you confirm if you can hear me? Okay. It's just that since I'm presenting, I'm only seeing the PowerPoint presentation. Well, this afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. Again, thanks for inviting me to be part of this exciting conference. Earlier this morning, I did indicate that This conference has been running for several years now. And the goal is that someday it'll be a very big conference where if it would even have to could reach, I guess, people worldwide. Again, my name is Progress Mjali. I'm the Chief Information Officer at DUT. Long story short, I was in software development for many years. Actually, more than 3 decades. I started as a programmer, I ended up being a research architect. So I used to have a passion for writing code, but in my role, I don't get enough time to actually do all of these things that we can do with a computer and programming. Maybe interest in operating systems, to writing device drivers, to application code. So I still look at what's actually happening in the field, but what I still do research and publish some papers. But my latest interest has been around wearable devices. Maybe there's a bit of a background. Because one of the things that I tend to look at is, can we use maybe IT to solve practical problems, especially in our country, given a lot of these challenges that we face, especially around the healthcare system. It's very painful if you visit the hospital and you see long queues, and maybe even the hospital has one X-ray machine or doesn't have any at all. The thing is, my wife is a medical doctor, so we tend to talk about some of these challenges around the healthcare. So I started to look at some of these wearable technologies to see perhaps if they could alleviate some of the problems that we actually have. So what I'm going to do is just do a high-level view. I know Alan was writing code, and all of these things that I used to do with the Visual Studio, going way back before there was even a Visual Studio, because we used to write code from an editor that had nothing in it. You had to write every line of code and then save it, get out, go to the command line, run CL or CS to compile the program, run it. I guess the modern tools have made that work a lot easier. And even in terms of productivity, we can build applications much quicker. So I wanted to focus at least, maybe see if I can get more developers, especially some of our students that are coming up, to take a look at this, I guess, interesting area, maybe around coming up with solutions that can even help our hospital systems. So I'm just going to mainly talk about what we monitor in healthcare, because this is where these wearable devices are used mostly, but it can actually extend outside of the healthcare. But where I guess it might have a biggest impact would be around the healthcare. And then couple that with IoT. I know Alan is going to touch on .NET IoT, which is exciting as well, because I've played around with the Raspberry Pi and maybe writing a little bit of code to do different things, a variety of things with it, and that's very interesting as well. But then couple that with the wearable, of course, sometimes they call them wearables or wearable technology. And then just briefly touch, Alan did also touch on Tizen as the operating system. And it's not the only one. I think given our environment at DUT, a lot of times we tend to focus more on the Microsoft platform around .NET and I guess C#. So if we look at some of the things that we do, because measuring the pulse rate is one of the things that's actually important, because if your pulse rate goes very high and you don't have a way of actually measuring it, it might end up being catastrophic because there could be something going wrong. So that these wearable devices are helpful in terms of maybe measuring this. I guess, to sensor what your pulse rate is. The other one that's very interesting, recently I'll maybe talk a little bit about some of the devices that have recently come on the market. One of them, for example, I wear the Galaxy Watch, I guess, version 4. The problem with it just eats too much battery. It's one of these things that I guess it actually measures. Maybe it could be the 5, but I'll touch a little bit on that as I move on. So that is important to monitor, because temperature, the wearables are very good at doing that. Maybe we will have more and more of them that are going to come out, and then they get refined to where maybe even they become more and more accurate. The other one would be the oxygen levels. That's also important. Maybe if you go to a hospital, I've seen some of the devices. There's one that you can just wear on your finger. I think I have one of those that you can maybe measure 3 different things. That's another thing that's actually important, what these devices actually measure. And then, of course, blood pressure is very critical. The Apple Watch, it does have, I guess, the ability to tell you what your blood pressure is. A lot of times we might question as to how accurate, I guess, this is. Maybe accuracy, I don't have any maybe research studies that have quantified as to how accurate these are, but at least it can give you a general idea as to whether your blood pressure is high or low. But then you can use other conventional, I guess, means like wearing a blood pressure cuff, and then use the old method of pumping, I guess, air, tighten it, and then you have to be trained as a nurse or a doctor to do that. But there's another method that's a little bit, I guess, established. But the wearable devices, as far as measuring blood pressure, I guess the accuracy is going to get better, I guess, over time. So the other one is glucose tracking. This one is also critical for people who are diabetic, because a lot of times people they reach a stage where maybe the situation is critical because somebody was not measuring their glucose levels. With the old method, used to be you have to, I guess, prick your finger, take a sample, and then put it in the machine, and it would tell you. But what's even better is that if you have a device that's continuously monitoring your levels, as soon as it notices a spike, maybe it might notify you that there's a problem. Again, this is a better method than what was done before. Because a lot of times when people even end up in a coma, it might be because they have not been checking their blood sugar, especially after maybe eating something that's likely to raise the glucose level. The other one is the strokes, I guess, sensing. I've seen maybe 4 or 5 cases already where an Apple Watch saved somebody's life. Is very, I mean, it's a very good story. One of them was this gentleman was wearing the Apple Watch. The watch kept, I guess, notifying them that he was having AFib. And then he kept ignoring it. And then the notification kept popping up again and again. And then he was getting annoyed. Then he asked his wife if she could wear the watch and see if it does the same thing, because he was thinking that maybe it's faulty. So when his wife wore the watch, it didn't display any notifications. So he took it back and put on his wrist, and then it came back again, notifying that he was having AFib. Then his wife said, "Now let's go to the hospital and actually check this thing out." So they went to the hospital, and then they used conventional methods to actually check. And the result was that, yes, indeed, he was actually having AFib. So he was able to actually receive treatment. So that, I guess, one of the examples in terms of this wearable Apple Watch saving somebody's, I guess, life. The other one would be, I guess, asthma. monitoring, because this can actually become a problem if it's not monitored, because sometimes the air quality may not be as great. It may lead to somebody experiencing these problems with it. So the other one is a sleep monitor. I remember many years ago, I was using the Fitbit when it came out, where it could use that sensor to track your sleep. And then in the morning, you could actually look at your watch, not your watch, your phone, for a report on your sleeping patterns. What was interesting was that I go to sleep, I wake up in the morning, and then I would feel like I slept throughout the night. But if you look at the report, there were cases where I would actually be awake, but I couldn't remember when I was, I guess, asleep. The short of this is that sleep apnea is a problem for some people, so that they have to monitor, I guess, their breathing patterns, because when you have sleep apnea, sometimes you stop breathing for a period of time, and then it can actually become a problem, because that means if you're not breathing, you're cutting off that oxygen supply. And then the heart attacks, again, that's very related to the OS. So, okay. So those are some of the areas. It's just some of them, but the list keeps expanding as more and more sensors get developed. But if you look again, if I start from I'm just checking the time. Okay. So if you look at IoT, we are referring the collection of network devices and technology that facilitates communication between these devices, sometimes actually using the cloud, which is one of the preferred methods, because then it means that it doesn't matter what, in terms of your location, you could actually maybe gather some of this information and then maybe send it to the cloud for processing. So in this graphic, as you can see, you do have wearables that are actually tied to IoT, because a wearable is not going to be good enough if I'm wearing it now. It collects the data, but there's no action that takes place from the data that are collected. Whereas if you use the Internet of Things, maybe there's a cloud, or maybe talking to a phone, then there's an action that can be taken based on the notification that was just posted. So the other one you can see, again, these are the wearables. These are the electronic devices that I was actually talking about. We'll go through a few of these examples, and then in the end, I'll close by looking at how do we then build applications that can actually be used maybe to solve some of these problems that we actually have. Remember, again, I was saying that in our country, we have a lot of challenges where perhaps we can start to build applications that can alleviate the healthcare system problems that we actually have. So if you look at this example, again, these are not new pictures. They started like the Fitbit. I'm not saying they were the first one, but we got introduced these wearables through the Fitbit, and right now, you have the Apple Watch. Again, is one of the most popular, in the Galaxy, and then Samsung Galaxy. It does also have these sensors that are able to maybe get you an EKG, which is one of the things that I'm interested in. I do wear one where I'm monitoring, I guess, my EKGs. And then Huawei, they are coming up with ones, and then Google. So that space, there's also Garmin. They have a good one. So there's quite a number of devices, wearable devices, in terms of the watch, maybe form factor, that are coming on the market. So there might be an interesting data thing that I had was, how do I even write code? How do I build an app? Because like when you use Visual Studio to build desktop apps, that's pretty straightforward. And then once you started doing mobile devices for the phone, Alan was talking about .NET MAUI. So we were focusing on that. My thinking is that we should also focus on building the apps that actually run on these wearables. And then a few of them, this is the Oura Ring, which can actually sense some of these things, from your temperature, for example, your pulse rate, because you just wear it as a ring. In fact, there is a group of students Lava Lock, I think that's the name of the company, that was using a ring similar to this at DOT. They were, when I was the HOD at the time, they were piloting it in terms of using the ring to access the labs instead of actually using cards. But again, it's got all of these sensors. You can look at your pulse rate. You can look at maybe some of them may have the ability to look to measure your blood pressure. So there's a proliferation of them is coming on the market. This one is also interesting, even though it's not a wearable, but it does maybe monitor your sleeping patterns. The Amazon Halo Rise, because it monitors your temperature as you're sleeping, your breathing, I guess, patterns and other features to actually then give you a report as to how your sleep was the night before. And then this is there's a research one that's upper right hand corner that is actually used as some kind of a fabric. What it does, it senses your electrolytes contents just based on your sweat. And then it could look at also try to measure maybe how much salt intake that you have based on I guess the sweat that is coming in out of your skin, and that information can actually be relayed to I guess your phone. So this is an experimental one. I think I forget the name of it. Could have been Stanford University. I believe I'm correct, where they are developing this one for being able to measure tumors under the skin. So it will just be weighted on top of the skin, but underneath you would be able to tell you the size of a tumor if there is one underneath. And then this interesting one, I misspelled glucose. I apologize for that. For monitoring the blood sugar, as I indicated before, the old method used to be you have to prick your finger, take a sample, then put it in a machine, then it'll give you a reading. That sometimes you may not have time to go through all of it, but this newer technology, it actually is attached to your skin, or you weigh it on your skin, and is continuously monitoring I guess your glucose levels. And then if there's a spike, it might actually send a notification to your phone so that you can actually take an action. This one is also an interesting one. It has a heat sensor. An example that I saw was used in Dubai in some of the mines, because the temperatures in the Middle East, they can be very hot. They can go up as far, I mean, as high as 58 degrees, so that it becomes dangerous for people to continue working when their temperature or they has gone way up. So this Kenzen sensor does it will measure how hot it is in the area, and if a person is in a danger zone, then it might notify them that they actually need to go out. And also the company can monitor everybody, maybe using a dashboard in a control room. If it's a dangerous situation, then I guess ask them to actually get out of their environment. This one is also interesting. It's used in the NBA, which has all of these different sensors in order to prevent injury, because it looks at your muscle structure. Because basketball players, they do a lot of movement. They be jumping and they be running. Maybe they might start to develop some problems maybe before they even get a cramp. It looks at a number of different things, but it actually is one, as you see it on the left, and then there's a little device that actually communicates with it to capture that information. Again, this is just some of the sensors. There are a lot more that we see, I guess, out there being developed. So if we look at the healthcare side of this, we look at all of the different things that we monitor, and then all of these devices that are able to do that. And then we said if they are connected via, I guess, IoT, that information could actually be fed into the healthcare system. For example, if you think about these as hospitals, you send somebody to a hospital and there's a queue. Maybe they don't have enough machines to take a pulse. For example, you can ask them maybe to wear just this watch that can collect all of that information, and then that information becomes available to the healthcare workers. Because if you remember, if you've ever been to a hospital or doctor's office, the first thing that they do is take your vital signs, where they will take your pulse and take your temperature and then measure your height and all of those kind of things. But if you can use these wearable devices, somebody walks in, maybe they wear these things, captures the information, automatically upload them to a healthcare system, so that actually might cut down on the time that is necessary to actually treat each patient. Again, this is what would happen if we go to the healthcare. Now, the other thing in here, you look at the phones, I'm including this as part of the IoT. Because if I'm wearing, let's say, an Apple Watch, and then I have a phone, so there's communication between the two. Because like I said, the sensor itself is not good if the data that it collects cannot be actioned. But if it gets transmitted to the phone, then it can actually be actioned, because you could be set it up so that it can actually be sent to a system that actually runs in the cloud. So I'm just using this picture as a phone that from the device, the information goes to the phone. I'm running out of time. And then in terms of healthcare, then we look at these three systems: the wearables, the phones, and then the healthcare. The wearable is going to be using the sensors to get whatever information you want to collect. Then you can use your phone as a conduit, because you have your phone in your pocket. And then your phone can actually send you notifications already that's sort of localized. But if the application can be built in terms of it notifying somebody or notifying your doctor, or however that could be, configured so that an action is taken. So what I'm saying in here, yes, let's say it's an Apple Watch, and then the information gets collected from your arm, and then it gets sent to the device, to the phone. The phone then can maybe have an application that can take action, like notify somebody, call an ambulance, or notify, your doctor. So again, I'm just saying the same thing, that from the wearable, information goes to the phone. From the phone, then it could actually go to the healthcare system. A couple of them, I did talk about this EKG. We do have this device that at one point we're looking to do research with it, which is actually not a wearable, but you would touch your fingers on the left node and the right node, and then that information gets transmitted to your phone so that you can see your EKG, being developed. If you see signs that you may be having AFib, then you can take action by going to the hospital. So again, using phone to do that. And then this is the classic Samsung Galaxy. In fact, I remember when I was trying to do research in this area, when I bought one, South Africa was not on the list of the countries supported. So this thing was actually turned off. So that research was going to go to, I was going to put on the shelf until I did an upgrade or a software update, and then it had enabled. Now I can at any time just touch that button up, and then I take just sample for 30 seconds, and I can get the EKG chart that looks something like this, and then I actually does send it to the phone, and then I can email it to myself so that I can look at a bigger screen. Like I said, my wife is a doctor, so she can actually take a look to see if my heart still is working right. All right, again, I've talked about some of these things could be used to actually help us with our struggles with the healthcare system. I think 12. All right, so I've talked about this. I'm just going to skip through. Now, the last part I want to talk about it, Alan touched on Tizen, because there's a Tizen operating system that Samsung uses on their devices. There's a Tizen.net. There's a link at the bottom of this. We'll share these slides where you can get more information as to how you could use the Tizen.net to build applications, not just for the phone itself, but for some of these wearable, I guess, devices. As you can see, the area on the net on the left-hand side that with dotted red lines. Again, Alan did talk a little bit about Xamarin Forms, but you also have the Tizen FX APIs available, and I think the whole packages can be downloaded from GitHub. And then on the .NET Core side, those are some of the standard, even the .NET runtime is available. So my hope is that maybe we'll get some of the younger developers to have an interest in building some of these wearable apps, with the hope that that information or what they develop could be helpful to resolve some of the problems that we have in our country. Thanks. I think that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Mshali. It was quite informative about the wearable tech. I've actually seen one of my friends in high school used to use a pen to prick himself and then, scan it to check his glucose levels. Yeah, it's nice that now moving into the future, we have these wearable devices. It makes life much more convenient.
Yes.
We are currently waiting for comments to come through, so we'll give it around 5 minutes and then we'll see what happens from there.
Okay.
If you would kindly share anything you'd like, you can leave a link in the chat and we will link it on our YouTube page if you have anything you want to share, like the presentation slides.
Okay, I will. I'll share them. You want me to just email it to you?
Yeah, that can work as well.
I'll do that.
You said you haven't had much time going into code your own wearable devices yet.
Yeah, it's because of the kind of work that I do now.
Yeah.
Once you go to management, you can forget about coding.
All time is gone.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to maybe seeing something you design.
Yeah, I do try to force myself maybe over the weekend, but then the weekend is I have a honey-do list for my wife that I have to work on.
Yeah, spending time with the family is important.
Yeah.
Nothing has come through from our YouTube comments, so I believe we'll be moving on to the next presenter. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Mshali. It was a wonderful presentation.
I enjoyed it already.
All right. Welcoming back Alan Peed. In this session, he will be speaking about .NET IoT. He will be showing you how it can be used for one platform for everything, including IoT, with the focus of C#, .NET Skills, and Visual Studio to build IoT solutions. He will also examine how the .NET framework can be easily used on IoT devices such as a Raspberry Pi, Wilderness Labs, Meadow, or low-power microcontrollers. Please welcome Alan Peed.
Thank you for having me again. Just had a session on mobile, so now let's move over to actual IoT. This is an embedded conference, so let's do some of the embedded developments and things. Hope everyone can hear me. And seeing my screens and stuff, this is going to be quite high risk because I've got IoT devices everywhere here and multiple cameras. So please help me if something doesn't appear and let me know immediately. Okay, for those that missed my previous session, you can ping me anytime. My name's Alan, and you can get me on adp@gmail.com. And you can get me on Twitter at adp as well. You can ping me about anything, preferably tech. That's my strong point. Okay, so let's kick off in the world of IoT. Yeah, so what's this talk about? The talk is about using .NET on operating systems that's not Windows. So .NET traditionally used to be many years ago Windows only and Windows Server. So what's really nice about .NET nowadays, you can literally run it anywhere. So any platform, any operating system, you can run .NET, and you can use your C# skills to do that. And it's also .NET on other processor types as well. So in other words, not on your Intel PC where you're normally running your applications, be it on a Mac or be it on a Windows machine. It's usually Intel for desktops. This is also running on ARM machines. And also microcontrollers like ESP32s and things like that. And this talk is about the things, right? So not the Internet of Things, it's more about the things itself. So we're not going to include cloud and internet. We're going to focus on devices because it's a given. If in .NET, you're going to be able to get to the internet and you can use any SDK and stuff to get to Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, all those platforms or on-premise services. But we're going to focus on .NET on the actual devices. Right, so .NET's unified platform for building everything. I was here a few minutes ago speaking about .NET MAUI on mobile. So let's kick over to IoT, and the same tooling applies. You can use Visual Studio for the Mac, Visual Studio Code, and of course all those languages from the .NET 6 language services and stuff within .NET you can use. So C#, F#, all those good things you can use as well, and everything that's in the .NET framework that you know about, and all those language features and stuff that you've learned about as well can all be used for IoT. Okay, so .NET 6 is released. If this was next month, I would be speaking about .NET 7 because .NET 7 is being released in November at the .NET conference. I think it's on the 10th. But .NET in .NET 6, they unified all the base class libraries, improved performance. You got all cool language features in C# 10 and F# 6. Supports Apple Silicon, so if you're running on M1s or M2s and stuff, supported as well. And of course, .NET 6 is a long-term support release. Okay, so what we have is options with IoT devices. Like, what type of device do you run it on? So you got a choice. You can run it on microcomputers, like your desktop, or you can go smaller and stuff to IoT devices, which are like single board computers. So small, low cost computers. That could be x86 or Intel or ARM architectures. They generally have like at least 512 meg RAM and above. Runs on mostly Linux in those type of environments. Could run on Windows IoT, could run on Windows Enterprise as well. Depends on the device that you've got as well. You would use these microcomputers in more high power requirements. In other words, when you're doing AI, anything that to do with number crunching or using lots of compute and stuff on the edge. And most of these devices itself has interfacing with hardware because you need to get some sort of inputs from sensors and things like that you can infer some sort of action. So they generally interface with hardware. But you could also choose something known as a microcontroller. So that's vastly different to a microcomputer. It's now instead of a single board maybe or motherboard or something like that, it's generally single chips. It's a dedicated processor to the task that's at hand. Memory usage, as you notice, there is like vastly low amount of memory, like 64K plus you can run on and things like that. So it's constrained memory device as well, and seriously constrained. If you thought 512 was constrained, 64K is low. These devices, microcontrollers, don't run operating systems, so it's only running your software as well. And what's really cool about microcontrollers, they're for low power requirements. In other words, if you want to put something in a shed or a wearable, like the previous talk that we had, you want something with a very long battery life that you don't have to wear a car battery on your arm if you've got a wearable. You want something that will last for a very, very long time. And if you've got a shed on a farm somewhere, you don't want to have big power requirements or something like that for it as well. Remote locations perfect for it. So they're extremely low cost. So microcontrollers you can buy like not thousands. You can buy them for under 100. Some of them are like 20 Rand, 30 Rand and things like that. So you can produce high volume sensors and things like that because they're low cost as well. They also, of course, interface with the hardware. Right, so microcontrollers, example, microcomputers, example of that, Raspberry Pi, that's very, very common, or single board computer. The device there below it is a NVIDIA Jetson made by NVIDIA. So all these devices have something in common. They interact with electronics. They use general purpose input-output pins to switch things on and off. I2C buses for communicating to lots of different peripherals and things, same with SPI. HATs, hardware on at top, which is a weird way of saying that, to plug devices into these boards and things like that. So they're also like pluggable and things with hardware and things. And of course, these form together the IoT device or the Internet of Things. Microcontrollers, extremely low cost. So what we see here in the imagery and stuff, we've got a ESP32 Arduino, so microcontroller. We've also got others like this M5 stack that I've got here, which is basically ESP32 with a little screen. Your solutions run basically on the metal, so there's no like operating system and things. So it's like running on the device, only on the device. So it's also good for real-time applications as well. And the commonality to microcomputers, electronics, you can get to GPIO, I2C, all those type of things, and also IoT devices. And of course, with that comes Wi-Fi or NB-IoT, or however you want to communicate and stuff with the rest of the world and the internet. Okay, so commonalities between, on the right is a microcontroller, on the left is a microcomputer, Raspberry Pi on the left. They all have exposed pins, and you can do different things with it. So digital pins or analog pins, digital pins either on or off, analog is voltage in between 2 points, and on the right is the ESP32, which works in exactly the same way, just much more constrained hardware. Right, so we're here to speak about .NET for IoT. So where .NET comes in, .NET 6 can run on ARM devices, so ARM v7, which 32-bit ARM processors you can run .NET 6 on, and 5. And of course, before that, .NET Core, but you would want to be running .NET 6 right now. It runs on ARM64 machines as well. It also has device bindings to get to peripherals. It also has system.device.gpio to get to the GPIO pins, UART for communications, and of course all those things like SPI buses and I2Cs and all those type of things. Right, so that link there will also take you to getting started with IoT as well. Right, so let's have a look. So we've got a demo set up here, and just let me know if the cameras appear, because there's a down camera looking at an IoT device here. We'll look at running .NET 6 on a Raspberry Pi. It's this little robot here. You'll notice I've taken off the camera because the top camera here is getting in the way. So you'll see a camera-less Raspberry Pi that's running here. Okay, so let's swap over and have a look at this. Right, so this morning we saw some code within Visual Studio Code. Yeah, cool. Right, so hopefully everyone can see Visual Studio Code in the nice .NET purple theme. If you can't see it, please let me know. Right, so what we have here is a normal C# console app. It's connecting here to a Raspberry Pi. This code is running on my machine. So what we have here is going to be a remote deploy. So when I press play here, I'm going to do a remote cross build to ARM processor, and then of course deploy it to a Raspberry Pi. It's also running the Visual Studio Remote Debugger, so I've got debug capabilities as well. Right, so what we've got here is a controller. GPI controller can speak to different pins and GPIO things on the device. So let's make a cross collision detector. This device here has basically infrared sensors. So I can say, well, new collision detector. It requires that controller. Okay, so collision detector's got two sensors on it to detect if we're bumping into something. And if I had to say collision detect dot left, because there's one on the left side and there's one on the right side, I can say, well, collision detect the left. And what I'm doing here is I'm creating just a normal event handler. And I'm going to say generate that method. So this is just a normal .NET event handler with an object and as a sender and the event args. So all I'm going to do here, let's say, well, let's write to the console dot write line, and let's say boom on the left. Okay, and let's do the same for the right side. Let's go over here. Live coding is fun. Let's make this to the right, and let's be lazy and let Visual Studio Code generate that method for me too. This is what developers do most of the time. Copy paste. Right, so now I've got some code that's here. Let's deploy this to the device. So as I was saying before, when I press play, it's going to connect to the device. Or it's first going to build it. It's going to connect to the device and then do a remote deploy to the device. Okay, so we're building. It's also going to do a synchronization as well, because seeing that our DLLs are being compiled or our binaries are being compiled on the Windows machine, it's going to now do a remote deploy to the Pi. Publishing it. Hope everyone still can see everything that's happening. I'm going to switch over to a camera. Hopefully, is a camera appearing on the feed? Okay, sure. So that's a down camera looking at that little Raspberry Pi. Okay, let me just see if the deploy has happened. Okay, so the debugger is running. You just move it out the way so you can see what's happening here. So the device is running. So we've got these little sensors here. So what we can do is trigger each one, and we should be seeing where's the debugger? We should be seeing it detecting. Looks like it did deploy. Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do, let's make the thing move. So let's go over here. So let's go motor control dot equals new motor control. And I can say with the motor control, let's say make it go left, and let's say thread dot sleep. Let's make it turn left for a second, and let's see what happens. Yeah, camera's still visible. Hello. I think this PC is very, very busy now with the stream as well. Yeah, we should see it turning. I'm going to turn it upside down now because it's going to run off the desk. So what we could also do is motor control dot stop. Best practices when you're doing IoT, make sure it stops. Right, so So while that's deploying, right? So what we've done here is we've made some classes that speak to different aspects of this little device that we got, the little Raspberry Pi. We've got the motor to go and things like that. But let's look at a level underneath that. So in the collision detector, all we've done here is we've created a class called collision detector. The nice thing about C#, you can create classes. So we've got this class that we've created here with the collision detector. What's cool about the .NET framework and what they provide here is we can register callbacks for pin events. So we can set up 2 pins, which is related to that collision left and right. We can set them up as pull-up inputs, and we can say, well, if it's falling, call some code. So in other words, when that thing gets triggered, use a .NET actual .NET event that's running. So in other words, call a normal C# event. So, and of course, we're just going to say, well, let's invoke whatever event that you've connected to it as well. So there, the .NET framework makes your life so much easier if you had to compare to what you would have had to do in C and things like that. Right. So let me switch that off. Right. Okay. So the other thing that I showed you was there is where's over here? We've got motor control. Let's go to the implementation of that. So this is just a motor control class. What the motor control class does, it uses what's known as pulse width modulation. So in other words, different pulses basically makes the motor based on frequency and duty cycle, makes the motor go faster or slower. So you pulse it higher frequency, get more speed out of your motor. So all we've done here is we've created a motor control class that has basically the 2 motors, A and B, and we can go forward. We do both motors, and of course, backwards, back is the reverse of that, and left and right. So this is just writing to pins and things like that. So the .NET framework's got all this cool stuff built in it that we can use quite nicely as well. Okay, so that's .NET 6. So what I'm going to do now is go back to our slides. Hopefully you can see the slide deck. Then there's something called the Nano framework. So we'll go to a microcontroller. And what we have there is we've got a basically we can run on a smaller framework that can, not the full framework, it's a reduced framework. It can run on like 64K of memory instead of like the full like .NET framework's requirements. It runs directly on the bare metal, and it supports all these processes like ESP32s, SD microelectronics, Netduinos, all those type of things. So this is very, very cool for those constrained devices. It's part of the .NET Foundation, which is cool. There's also a .NET tool to actually do the flashing. So of course you flash the framework to these ESP devices, and then of course you can deploy it to them from Visual Studio. There's extensions within Visual Studio. There's a Nano framework extension for Visual Studio 2019 and 2022. And then of course there's one for Visual Studio Code if that's what you prefer. Okay, so what I've got here is just a very quick demo using M5 Stack. It's an ESP32. It's going to communicate with a soil moisture sensor. It's going to trigger a relay. I've got a MQTT server running as well, which is message queue telemetry transfer, which is basically just a message bus that you can use for devices and getting information sent between devices and things. It's really, really cool. And I've just got some home automation happening here as well from a Sonoff device, just off the shelf Sonoff device. It has been flashed with Tasmata as well. And it also plugs into the MQTT stream. Yeah, so let me swap over to Visual Studio. This is Visual Studio 2022. So I'll start with that. Can everyone see my Visual Studio? It's not like a blank screen or anything. Right, so this again is just like a .NET Console app, program and main. Here we've just setting up, and this is also part of the framework. We've got a analog to digital controller. We've got a GPIO controller. We've got 2 classes, which is responsible for speaking to a DF robot moisture sensor. We just pass it, seeing that it's a voltage is coming out of these moisture sensors. We pass it the ADC controller, the relay, just on or off, GPIO. We're also running on the M5 stack, which is just a fancy ESP with a screen. Hopefully you can see the device that's popped up on the camera. So it's just a normal ESP32 device with a screen. This is a ESP32 device, and the stack is just a fancy one with buttons and a screen and stuff all integrated. So no difference, just a fancier package, right? So also, what's cool, like we saw before with our little .NET robot, we can have events. So here we've got as well events with buttons on this M5 stack. So we're going to switch on the relay if we press the left button. It's also a nice IoT device, so it's connecting to the network. So here we're connecting to our SSID on our Wi-Fi and with our password, which I won't show you. We've got an MQTT client, which will speak to our MQTT server. And it's also subscribing to a environmental monitor. Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. Is that better? Okay, sorry. Okay, cool. So what we also have here is a subscription to our message bus. So we've got an environment monitor that's measuring air quality in the house as well. And what we're also doing is taking this little ESP device and then subscribing to that queue as well. So it's getting some telemetry from that. It's getting telemetry from our moisture sensor, and it also has the ability to switch on a relay for maybe plant watering. You want to switch on a pump or not. Okay. We've also got an event here. So we press the right button of our M5 stack. We can also switch on a light as well in our home automation. So in other words, this is all very quick implementation to get a whole system up and running to moisture monitor plants and also control things like maybe grow lights and stuff like that for your plants as well. Right. This is just a forever loop. We've got a while loop that's running here. And here we're saying, well, let's get a reading from our moisture sensor. We're going to display it on the screen. So this is some graphic stuff for the screen. We're going to display the moisture percentage. We're also just going to write it to the console because it might not be clear on the camera when you see it. So this will basically display the moisture, and then on an event, whenever a message arrives from an environmental monitor, we will then display things like the temperature, the pressure, humidity, light, oxidation, redox, and of course NH3 in the air as well. Okay, so I said there was an extension that's installed. So what we've got here is the Device Explorer. This comes with the Nano Framework extension, and this is where you're going to deploy to. Like we had in Maui, you had a play button that'll play on a phone. What it's going to do now is display this on this M5 stack. Right, so let's see if we can switch over to the camera. I don't know why there's a cable in the way. Okay, cool. Right, so what I'm going to do is now run this. Hope this helps towards building your wearables and stuff. That was a really interesting talk, the previous one. Cool. Right, so now it's deploying. So this is flashing the device. Let's see the flashing happening here. Okay. Deploy happening. Yeah. So what we have, you can see here, we've got my little plant with soil in it. We make that bigger for you. And if I push the moisture sense into the liquid or into the soil, we're getting a moisture percentage that's popping up here. So it's reading from the moisture sensor. Let me just see what's happening with our telemetry on the network. Let me just see if the device is running on the network. Just give me 2 seconds. Seems to be up and running. Yeah, while we're waiting, the telemetry on the network will only appear when it changes. So while that's going, let's try our button tests. So if I've got this, I've got my relay here, which could be switching on a pump. And we just move it into the right place. Press the button, the vent handler switches on the trigger. If I press this button here, we should have our lamp switching on, which is our telemetry that's happening on the home automation. Yeah, cool. So these are now little constrained devices. So this has got memory like 60K. I think this device has probably got about 128K actually. But it's like nothing compared to like PCs and things like that. So with this Nano framework, you can then get to real like IoT devices and things like that, which is really, really, really cool. Okay. So what we had there, let me just switch off the camera. Hope everyone can see the presentation again. So what we had was basically the display on the little M5 stack, moisture percentage that's happening, and of course the temperature, pressure, humidity coming from an on-network environment monitor, giving all the air quality. So it's hope in this very like whirlwind demo and stuff like that, you can see how easy it is to interface to these little devices and things like that. Okay, so we also have this option of a Wilderness Lab Meadow. So this is like a middle ground between a microcontroller and a microcomputer. So this is more RAM and things. The difference is this actually runs full.NET on a more powerful, but not as powerful as a Raspberry Pi device as well. They're very cool devices, but they're only from one manufacturer. So I tend to stick to Nano framework and stuff because you can get endless ESP32s and stuff like that, really, really cheap, and you don't have to rely on one manufacturer. Okay, right. Thank you very much for attending. Hope it was useful. It was a very whirlwind tour in the time we had. And if you want to get started with .NET, there's links there to getting started. How to install .NET 6 on a Raspberry Pi, how to install the Visual Studio Remote Debugger on a Raspberry Pi is there as well, and also getting started with the .NET Nano framework. And also somehow I've become the admin of Raspberry Pi South Africa, which is a community around Raspberry Pi. So feel free to join the Raspberry Pi South Africa group as well. But thank you very much. Is there any questions? Any questions?
We currently have 2 comments that just came through.
Okay, cool.
One is from Nikhil. He said, "Lovely presentation, Mr. Pede. Really intrigued in .NET and IoT."
Very
secondly,
cool. Hope it's useful.
And secondly, we have one from Zodwa. They're asking, "I would like to know what are the functional blocks of a microcomputer?"
Functional blocks of a microcomputer.
Yes.
Yeah. So microcomputer though is like it's basically a very small. Well, the IoT versions are small versions of your desktop machine. So it's a computer that's running an operating system like Linux or Windows, and then the difference is like with the Raspberry Pi is over your desktop PC is it's got all those electronic capabilities too. So it's very similar to a PC operating system, and then of course your code runs on top of that.
Yes. We use one to just manage all the smart devices in the house, such as the lights and fans, switches, all those kind of things. Because you can have SSD and storage, RAM is much powerful.
Yeah, it's very powerful, but of course it needs lots of power. So
that's true.
In real IoT solutions, you won't put a Raspberry Pi out in a farm that you'll want to go see every 6 months because it uses too much power. So that's why you would use a ESP32 or a STM chip or something like that, and that's a microcontroller. So those will literally run for like 6 months on a watch battery or something like that. So
that's very impressive battery life.
Yes. So for real IoT, you'd use a microcontroller.
Thank you. We have two more comments. One is from Tobacco. He said, fantastic presentation. And secondly, again from Nikhil, does the Nano framework work with the Raspberry Pi?
It doesn't, but you don't need the Nano framework with the Raspberry Pi. That's actually the full .NET 6. So there you've got the power of whatever's in .NET 6, and of course 7 when it comes out as well. So there you've got the very full framework.
Lovely.
Yeah. So that's actually better than Nano framework because you've got the full .NET. Nano
Functionality,
framework is like a reduced set because if you think about it, there's no way to fit the .NET framework into 64K, right? So that's the power of Nano framework, but on the Raspberry Pi, you got the full framework. There's no limitations.
Another question from Nikhil is it easier to program an Arduino compared to a Raspberry Pi?
Well, that's where it's nice if your skills are in C#, right? If you use .NET, you can write for the Raspberry Pi in C# and use those skills. For the Arduino, though, you've got the choice, right, of using C, or in certain cases Python and things like that. So it's Arduino and stuff. If you write in C, it's like messy, hard, and if you know C#, nice object orientation. It's also got a very simple garbage collector that's running, or like actually in the Raspberry Pi, it's a full garbage collector as well. So memory management, you don't really worry about in a Raspberry Pi's case. So I would say the Raspberry Pi is easier.
Thank you.
But it depends on your skills, though. If you're an awesome C developer, you can maybe bash out Arduino stuff quite cool too.
Thank you. Nikhil, Mtunzi, and Zoro all said they love the presentation and given a round of applause.
Cool. I hope it's useful, and I want to see IoT solutions and stuff presented at communities.
Thank you. It doesn't seem like we have that many questions. We'll be now moving to the comfort break. Thank you for joining us, Mr. P.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Right. Thank you everyone for joining us once again. We welcome you back from the comfort break. Coming up next is Mr. Daniel Gomez Jeremiah. Mr. Gomez is a Microsoft valuable professional in the AI and developer technologies, a C# Corner, MVP, and AWS community builder, and a software engineer at Verendale. He's also known as an advocate of regionality. His knowledge areas are cloud computing, web application development with .NET, and artificial intelligence. He's passionate about technology for the benefit of society. In his abstract, he will unpack how to use the MVVM pattern for development of web applications with ASP.NET in a particular way. In this sense, he will analyze a project on the implementation of CRUD operations from the connection of the database to the part of the corresponding views to the understanding the MVVM pattern. Additionally, he will review two other projects in a general way. The first on a translator with Azure Cognitive Services, and second on an object detection with computer vision, in such a way that you use the MVVM pattern can be evidence from the different contexts in ASP.NET. Please welcome Mr. Jeremiah.
Hello everyone, it's a good pleasure to be able to be here in this special occasion for the conference, and in our case to learn about the Model VB model pattern in ASP.NET for web applications development. I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Daniel Gomez from Colombia, in this case in Latin America region. Currently, I have the opportunity to work as a developer advocate of .vm, in this case with .NET applications, and also as a software engineer in a Brendel company. Currently, I have the opportunity to be recognized as Microsoft MVP, Most Valuable Professional, in Artificial Intelligence and Developer Technologies. Also, I have the opportunity to be C# Corner MVP, AWS Community Builder, and also it's a huge pleasure to be able to participate in this type of spaces because we have the opportunity to exchange knowledge between each other and have a nice time. So let's get started. As a first point, we can have an overview about architectural patterns. In a general way, in the software development world, an architectural patterns allows you to define the fundamental structure of a system. In this case, the idea is try to have an organization between the subsystems, the responsibilities, and also the interrelations between these subsystems. In a general way, the idea is try to organize or split the graphical interface from the business layer. So in a general way, the architectural patterns allows you with that. One of the patterns that we can consider in this case is the model view model pattern. This pattern has its organization. This pattern, in a general way, was created in 2004 with some software architects in Microsoft. The idea is try to decouple so much as possible the interface from the logic of the applications. And many years ago, we saw this pattern, for example, in Windows Presentation Foundation applications, that is for desktop applications. Then we also see these applications in Xamarin apps, for example, for mobile applications. And currently, we can see this in many technologies. We can use this approach to create applications. In this case, we will see how to use this pattern in web applications. So, in a general way, the model view model pattern has three parts. As a first point, the view, then the view model, and then the model. With the view and view model, we have the opportunity to have the presentation and presentation logic. And in the model, the data and business logic. We can see a little more about these three parts. As a first point, we have the model. The model is, for example, to have a database configurations to access to the database, for example. Also, we can have here connections to externally web services. And also, for example, to have selects and logic validation in our business application. In a general way, the model allows you to encapsulate application logic and the data, for example. In the other hand, we can consider, or we have the view model. In the view model, we can have two parts. As a first point, we can control the interactions that happen in the view for then send the data to the model, for example. This is in the middle part. And in the other hand, we can also, for example, receive information from the data layer, for example, and send the data for the view. So, in a general way, the view model is responsible to implementing the view behavior to respond to the user actions and also to exposing model data easily. So, in this case, we have this communication, the view model. And finally, we can see the view. The view is practically the user interface when we can collect the data from the user, have forms for submit data, and also have the opportunity to interact with the view model, receive data or send data to the view model. and we can achieve that with the data bindings. Data bindings, in this case, is the way to have that communication. Okay, in a general way, the view is responsible for display the data to the end user of the application and handle it. Okay, with that in mind, now we can talk about how to use this pattern, the model view model pattern, on ASP.NET. In a general way, .NET allows you to create any type of application: desktop, mobile, cloud solutions, web applications, gaming, IoT, or also artificial intelligence in our .NET solutions. To do that, we can use, for example, some tools like Visual Studio in Windows, or Visual Studio for Mac, or Visual Studio Code if we have Linux, for example, or other IDE that we like. So in this part, specifically for web applications, we have some controls or extensions that allows you to use some functionalities or some approach in our applications. I would like to show you one of them. In this case, this tool called .vvm. .vvm, in a general way, allows you to work with the model view model pattern in ASP.NET applications using just C# for the logic and everything like that, and HTML for the views. So with .vvm, we can have the communications, easy communications between the views and view models, for example, to send data in forms, or have other controls to have a list of data. We will see more about that in a technical part. So we can achieve that with .vvm. Also, we can say that .vvm is part of the .NET Foundation. And that is to have this opportunity to work with .vvm in an open source ecosystem. Okay, with this little introduction, we can see our first demo. This demo is about CRUD operations applying the model view model pattern. In a general way, we will see a solution to handle student data. That is, we will have a database with one table, in this case, students, and with these attributes: ID, first name, last name, about, and enrollment date. And the idea here is have an ASP.NET web application with the model view model approach to have these CRUD operations. In a general way, we will use Visual Studio for this case, and we will have our three parts: model, view, and view model. And also we can structure our solution in this way. Let me show you. For the model, that is for the business logic, we can have two projects. The first one for the data access layer. This is a library class. Another one for the business layer. For the view and view model, we can use .vvm framework to have the presentation layer. That is, use .vvm for handling this data between the view and view model. Now we can see in a practical way our demo. So let me share with you my Visual Studio solution so we can explore our project. Okay, this is our Visual Studio solution. Let me show you here. We have three projects: app.dal, that is data access layer, app.bl, business layer, and app.pl, presentation layer, as we can see previously. So our first library class has two parts: the entities, that is the reference to the table in the database, and also the student DB context to have the configuration to our database. In this case, using entity framework to have this connection. So our first class is a student with these attributes: ID, first name, last name, about, and enrollment date. The idea is have CRUD operations from this part. So in the other hand, we have the student DB context. The student DB context in a general way have, for example, hey, we can have a collection of students to handle the data. And here we have on model creating, that is to have the configuration to the database. In this case, we have a model builder to have these entities to refer to some table, in this case, a student, and I have the properties, in this case, ID, about, enrollment date, first name, last name, nothing more. We can generate this code with Entity Framework with the approach database first. That is, we have a database and we can generate these entities and this configuration with the database first approach of Entity Framework. So this is the first part, data access layer. The other one is business layer. We can consider here two parts. As the first part about the models. For example, if we want in the page to handle it one list, we can show, for example, in the list, we would like to show just the ID, first name, and last name, and nothing more. We can have another model, for example, this data model, to have a form or show the data of the student. And here we can consider, for example, this other model, in this case, student detail model, to have the ID, first name, last name, and also the enrollment date and about. One interesting part here is that we can use these tags, for example, to say, hey, this first name is required, this other one as well, and have forms validations here, because then we have a form page, for example, we will apply these validations. In this case, these required attributes. So this is about models data. Also, we can consider here the services. In other words, that is the business logic. The idea here is have the CRUD operations. For example, in this case, to have get all students, get a student by ID, update a student, insert a student, and delete students. So the first point here is have the student DB context definition, that is that data access layer here, to communicate, to have a communication with the database. So we have here a class with the definition of student DB context. This is with dependency injection. And we have the definition of the student DB context here. So we have to specify the CRUD operations, in fact. The first one, for example, get all students async. These functions can help us to have a list of students, right? So we can define here, okay, we will have a list of student list model. This is different. For example, we want to get students by ID, that is, get a detailed student. As you can see here, we don't want a list student list model. In this case, we want a student detail model with all the attributes. So in this example, get all the students, we can call to the student DB context to select the entity students and have this select, like SQL select, but in this case with objects. In this case, the idea is return a list. And for this list, we need to define a new student list model, because we will have this list. And also we have to, with this student list model, we need to specify the values. In this case, for ID, first name, last name, we can use this select and establish the attributes, as you can see here. That's all. For the get a student by ID is very, very similar, but the idea here is have the student ID as a parameter and also have a select, in this case, for a new student detail model with the attributes. But in this case, we will have first or default in this select and this is the where condition. In the select ID, it will have to equals to the student ID in this parameter, as you can see here. And the idea is very similar, for example, to insert. In the insert, we will receive a student detail model, and we need to specify an entity. What entity? This entity, this type of entity, a student, to insert then in the database. So we will have here the first name, last name, about, enrollment date, that definition, and finally we can call to the student DB context, in this case, the student entity, and add this new one. And finally, we can, with the student DB context definition, call the save changes method to save everything and apply it in the database. Something similar is to the date and also for the delete. In the delete, we need to refer to a student ID that we want to delete, specify identity, and remove here. So in a general way, this is our business logic, okay, in this library class. So, and as a final way, we will have this 3.1. This project with .vvm will have, as you can see here, views and view models. One view will have a view model. So in .vvm, we can see master pages. Master pages, we will have the HTML markup, that is this structure with the HTML tag, the head, and the body. And in the body, for example, we can see this content placeholder. This is to have like a child content, that is, we can put here some content like the list of the students, a form to create a new one, the detail of a student, and something like that. So we will have here a default view. The default view we will have this syntax dot content. Content placeholder ID is main content, and this content here, this content we load in the master page here, main content with the model VB model approach. So in the default, that is in the index of the page, we can load, let me show you, we can load the list of the students, for example. Okay, let me show you here. This is our example. The idea is in the home page, that is in the index page, have this list to show the student data. And then I have the options to go to a new page to create a new student, or go to the detail of one student, edit one, or delete that student. So this is the general idea of this application. And let me show you how it's built. The default view has a default view model, like any other view page. So in the default view model, the idea is load all the student in a list. So the idea here is, as a first point, call to the student service. Remember, we saw that in the business layer, in the services, student service here, we can define a collection, in this case, a list of the type student list model, to have the attributes ID, first name, and last name. Okay, these students, also we can consider here binds. That is, for example, if we work with data collection, we can specify, hey, this data will receive from the server, that is from the database, to the client, that is to the web application, to the graphical user interface, server to client. And in this part, we can have more performance in these selects, because we can consider, for example, client to server, server to client first request, server to client post to back, and both of them, as you can see here. But in this case, it's just server to client to show the data of the students. Now we have here this method of pre-render. Pre-render, we will have previously functionality when the page is load. That is, before that the page load, we need to specify or initialize this students list. So to do that, we will call to the student service and call get all students method to receive all the data of the students. And then we can pre-render the web applications, in this case, the page. So that's it. We have the data here in the view model, and now we can use, in this case, these students in our view part. Let me go to that file. In this case, in views, we have the default.html. So this is HTML, as you can see here. The most important part, I think, is this one. This is a .vvm control, in this case, grid view, that allows you to have a table or list of data. In this case, we need to specify the data source here. In this case, our value, we will have students, this students collection, this one. And with that, we can prepare the render of our page. In this case, grid view has these attributes columns to specify the columns. The first one, for example, grid view text column, first name. This is the value binding to receive the data. And also, because this is a table, we can consider here, okay, this is the first name, this column, this other one, for example, for last name. And also, we can consider put here for each row links. For example, to go to the detail page or go to the edit page. As you can see here, we can go to the CRUD detail or CRUD edit and send some parameters. In this case, the ID of the students. This parameter, remember, is from here. And remember, the students, these students have the student list model, ID, first name, and last name. Okay, for this control, we can see this functionality. If we don't have any records, we can use this tag, MTT data template for MTT data. So in this case, there are no registered students, please add some students. This is an example. And that's it. We have the communication between the view model and the view. So we can do the same for other scenarios. Let me show you one more example. For example, for create. For create, the idea is create a new student. That is a new student detail model. So we need to define the values for this student detail model. From the view model, for example, we can set up the enrollment date in this part. And in the view, we can define the first name, last name, and about. To achieve that, that is, to add the new student, we need to go to the student service, initialize the student service, and here we can create a method or a functionality to add a student. And the add student have this logic. Call to the student service, in this case, insert student, and send this student detail model. And finally, we can, when this process finish with this await, in the context, redirect to the root default. And this will go to the default root. We can define these routes in the .vvm strap. We have something like configure routes. And here we have, for example, hey, the default page with this name is located in the views default.html. The CRUD create, we can have the path the site /create, and the location is in views, in the CRUD folder, and in create.html file. And it's the same for the others. So with that in mind, we have this method add students, and all is set in our view model. So as you can imagine, we have the create file, in this case, this create view, HTML content. Here we have, as a first point, for example, a text box, this .vvn control to specify the student first name, and we can add validators. For example, here, it will be depends of the validations in the model. As you can remember, for example, this is required, first name, last name, and enrollment date. And we can, let me show you here, you can add this validation here. And it's the same for the other one, student last name, enrollment date. The difference in this text box is that we have the value type is data time here with that format. And in this case, value is also a text box, but if the type is multi-line. And the most important part in this view is this bottom, this .vvn bottom that you can use here, this text. But the important part is this click to call to add a student method that we have in the view model. And that's it. Let me run this application to show you a little more about it. Okay, this is the first part, as you can see, the default page with the grid view with the list of the students. So we can create here a new one, for example, Bill Gates. Hey, from the conference. Okay, add the create page and redirect to the default page with this example, in this case, in the list of the students. That's it, the way that we can work with the model VB model approach. In this case, working with databases in the model, and have .vvn project here in ASP.NET Web Applications to have the views and view models in an easy way, as you can see here. And that's it. I was a huge pleasure to be able to be here. And also, I hope you enjoy learning about the model VB model pattern in ASP.NET Web Application and the different scenarios that we can consider here. And I just want to say thank you very much, everyone. Then if you have questions, comments, ideas, for me, it will be a pleasure to be able to have in communications with you. You can find me in social networks as ES Daniel Gomez, or by email, for example, daniel@esdanielgomez.com. For me, it will be a pleasure to be in communication with you. So thank you very much, and see you in the next occasion. Bye. Hello.
Thank you. Coming up next, we have Adam Shapiro. Adam Shapiro is the co-founder of Pilotfish Digital, founded in 2001, and Autopilot Work Solutions, founded in 2014. Adam has over 20 years of experience in the IT industry, developing innovative softwares that automate and digitizes businesses' processes to change the way people work. Autopilot Workflow Solution has recently been awarded the new or emerging ISV Partner of the Year in the strategic category at the Microsoft Partner Awards. When the pandemic hit South Africa, companies were scrambling to get their systems in place to work remotely. For Autopilot, the solution was obvious, and that was to move their services to Microsoft Teams. In this session, Adam will unpack the company's reasoning for taking this leap and discuss the journey to get there and its current status. Please welcome Adam Shapiro.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ghulam. Thank you. It's an honor to be here At in-person events, we often speak about the graveyard shifts after lunch, where everyone's had a huge meal and they're tired and not too interested in the speaker. But hopefully today we remote, so we've had a lighter lunch and we're more interested in what we've got to say. So hopefully that's one of the positives that came out of lockdown and out of COVID. And I'll speak about another two positives for our business and for us that have came out of remote working. So a little bit of history, and I'd like to share a Durban story with you. I began my tertiary education at DUT in 1990. I'm not sure how many of you were alive at that time, but yeah, it was an amazing time in my life, a great institution. I started off studying programming and then switched into company administration. I then traveled overseas for a number of years. I worked in Durban and worked for a company called T-1. This was in the late 1990s, early 2000, and that was during the dot-com era. I was involved in managing a group of software developers, and 3 of my colleagues approached me and said, "Come, let's start our own business. Business can't be that difficult." Little did we know it was quite difficult, but absolutely no regrets. We've loved our business journeys. So in 2001, we broke away from T-1 and started Autopilot. We were paranoid that our bosses were going to find out about what we were doing. So we used to meet in the Durban harbor to discuss our new venture and put together our business plan and so on. And we put together a great business plan. We came up, then we thought, right, what are we going to call this company? And as we thought about, right, that word came up, the helicopter came to pick up a pilot off a ship. So we thought Pilot Software, but unfortunately, or possibly fortunately, the name was taken. So we looked in the manual dictionary in those days and came up with the word Pilot Fish. And the word was great because we would be this lean pilot fish leading these huge corporate sharks behind us. And we started off in a tiny operation in Stamford Hill Road. We went to the hardware store and bought doors to put on trestles. We each put 10,000 Rand into our business. Unfortunately, my colleagues didn't have the 10,000 Rand, so they went over to Dubai for 3 months to earn this money. We came back, we bought machines for 3,000 Rand, for 6,000 Rand each, and we were waiting for a few customers to come through the door. Subsequently, let me fast forward a bit, and I mean, this was a few years ago. We had employed 77 people. A lot of the people that you see on the screen have spun off different businesses. No Logo Studios have spun off from here. Pilot Fish are still going 21 years later. People are working for Mr. Price, Derivco, all sorts of companies around Durban. And we had some legendary parties, Christmas parties around, Durban. This was at the Addington Beach and so on. So we had an incredible time. But what really kicked off our business was in 2002. A gentleman by the name of Guy Baxter went to an advertising agency in Durban and said, "I need a PowerPoint presentation." That they weren't interested in doing PowerPoint, and one of the designers overheard this ruckus and said, "Go down to Stamford Hill Road. There's some clowns that have started up their business there. Go speak to them." We were doing software development and some websites at the time. So Guy walks in and says, "Right, I need a PowerPoint presentation." So obviously, being entrepreneurs and being a tiny business, we'd do anything. So he gave us a CD-ROM in those days. We put it into one of the machines, and we didn't have enough RAM for the machine to start. So we while he was waiting, took a screwdriver out, opened up a machine, took the RAM, put it into another machine, and then reduced these beautiful architectural renderings down to size. And we saw this thing, and Guy said, right, I've got faith in you guys. This is a 750 million rand project. It's called the Ushaka Marine World. We're trying to sell this concept to the Durban City Council, and we want you to do all the PowerPoint presentations, make a corporate video, do the website. The original name for Ushaka was Ushaka Island, and the logo wasn't too clever. It was a shark, which obviously they changed quite swiftly. But that kick-started our business, because Ushaka was made up of a consortium of Tongaat Hewlett, who are still clients to this day, some 21 years later, Drake and Skull, Siemens, and so on. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. It's obviously not directly related to today's topic, but just how, if you're in the right place at the right time, things can happen. If you're prepared to take a chance and go for it, things can turn around. I mean, the converse is we've never had such a, a big company walk through our doors, or such a luck some 21 years later. But that's been an amazing part of our journey going forward. So fast forward for that, in 2014, we were, Pilotfish was going strong. We stopped doing websites in around 2007 and really focused on custom development and a lot of work in the SharePoint space. And we found that SharePoint was such a great document management tool, but possibly a little bit weaker on the workflow side. So in 2014, myself, Hannes Bunches, and my partner, Hannes Bunches, broke away and started Autopilot Workflow Solutions. So Autopilot is an Azure-based workflow solution. So we're a Microsoft shop, sit in the Azure clouds. I know your previous speaker was speaking on the Microsoft suite. And we built a workflow solution that clients could use to manage the flow of documents through a business. So our tagline was, are you still managing your business manually? We can convert you into the cloud. We can convert you to a digital environment. We can make your life simple like this. But it was a hard sell. It really was a hard sell. Even though our product was beautiful, we spent a lot of time on our UX, on our design, and so on. We were very flexible in terms of building internal workflows. So what we do, there's two main parts to the business. One is automating internal workflows. So things like leave requests, support requests, payment requisitions, expense claims, purchase order requests. And we customize the solution per client. So those are internal within the organization. And then the other part of the business is on the onboarding side. So helping clients to onboard new customers, new vendors, or new employees, and really streamlining that process. And it was the most frustrating thing, because most companies knew, or most people knew, that they needed what we have. A lot of people were still, in this phase, shuffling around pieces of paper and so on, using Excel, trying to use email for task requests and so on. But on the other hand, it was like such an obvious thing to people that they must go this route. But you know how it is, people get busy. They're busy with their daytime job, their normal jobs. Now you're saying, well, let's take a step back. In order for us to work our magic, our clients have to document their processes, or we documented the processes with them. And it becomes a bit of a hassle for clients to do that and still do their normal jobs. So interest was phenomenal. People are so interested. But when it came to signing on the dotted line, people said, no, I'll rather just wander around with my piece of paper until someone takes it away from me and does what they need to do. So we struggled. The analogy we often use is like, so if your house gets broken into, for example, the first thing you do is you phone Chubb or phone ADT and say, right, spend no matter what, like just get my house secure. The same with insurance. So a lot of our clients came from, for example, if they just failed an audit, they need to make sure that, right, this can never happen to me again. Or I need to pass the audit in order to get our financials sorted out, or they get wrapped over the knuckles in a board meeting because tasks are going all over the place, or there's no audit trail of critical errors within a company. We had one client who they forgot that their lease needed to be signed, so they had a huge property, and the lease expired, and they were at risk of losing the property. So if people have events like that, then they're very interested in automating processes and so on. But until something like that happens, not that excited about it. So obviously, as we all know, the big global event that happened was bang, COVID comes. You're working from home. You can't shuffle around pieces of paper anymore. Some people are living far out of, away from each other. There's no chance of paper. You need automated systems. So that was, after years and years of struggling, suddenly we had that event that allowed us to take charge of the situation and to capitalize on the market. Fortunately, I mean, I wouldn't say remote working was lucky for us, but I always believe in business like that with a Shaka option. Okay, we got quite lucky with that, but we were ready to take on that luck. We were a lot younger, a lot braver, and do you do PowerPoint presentations? Bang, of course we do. We'll make this thing work for you. If the machine didn't open, we weren't going to say, well, okay, sorry, we don't have enough RAM. Let's make a plan. Let's do this thing. So I definitely believe in business. There's part of it is luck, like this Shaka example, but part of it as well is obviously being ready to take charge or take advantage, if you like, of a Shaka that walks through the door, or bang, suddenly no one can go and work in the offices. We've got a system for you. So that really helped our business and helped to boost our sales, and just people now knew that they needed to have a system like ours. Before, a lot of it was theoretical, a lot of it was, okay, yeah, we'll get round to it one day. Suddenly, almost overnight, that day was there, and it was time for people to act. So the business grew quite nicely there, but we are still a web-based solution, which we still have obviously got that web functionality to this day, and then also obviously mobile based. So we worked through COVID and refined our product and grew the product, but then we are constantly innovating. And the feedback from our clients came back and said, this is great, but now I've got so many apps. I've got, I'm working in project management apps. I've got your app for task management. I've got, whatever other apps that I'm running, and I'm switching between apps constantly. This is some research from the Sana Anatomy of Work, saying on average, information workers switch between 10 apps 25 times a day. And when I was at DET, I've never forgotten Mr. Kaplan speaking to us in economics about that switching cost. And that is so true in our world, in this economy, in this digital age of, you can have the apps and so on, but you have to switch between the two, and clients are then comparing that to a piece of paper sitting on your desk, and I know exactly where that is and so on. Obviously, paper's got many other risks, but so we thought, okay, we had a brainstorming session and thought, where are all the people sitting? They online, everyone, they're sitting at home, but how are they communicating? It's through Zoom was super popular in those days, and obviously Teams as I believe surged ahead there. So we thought, right, what about incorporating our product into Teams? most of our clients are sitting in teams every day doing their work and so on. So why don't we incorporate our web solution into Teams? And we, you know, and again, we were quite gung-ho, and we were quite, you know, it was an obvious choice. I mean, it was very tricky. And you know, to my team's credit, they were absolutely amazing. We've got a tiny team now. We've reduced a team, so there's 3 of us full time within the business, and you know, we've got a few consultants on the design side and so on. So the 3 of us rattling around at home managed to produce this Teams app, and we were the 15th app worldwide to be transactable in the Teams store. And yeah, I must give my team credit for that, because it was an incredible feat to do that. So basically what we did, obviously on the left-hand side, you've got all the value of Teams, where you can meet, where you can chat, you can make your calls and collaborate and so on. And we thought, right, let's bring Autopilot into the Teams environment. The advantages are reducing operational risk, because you're not switching between apps, because you've got this audit trail and so on. Automated efficiency, so instead of emailing someone and hoping that they do it, then I have to email the next person, we build a system that it flows between you know, the various people involved in a particular task. There's a nice dashboard, and you can see exactly what's happening within the organization. And the big thing was the centralized solution. And yeah, we've always believed in rapid deployment. The only way, yeah, there's such a shortage of skills, as you know, you all know about, that the only way to produce the number of solutions that we need in the market is to have a low-code solution like Autopilot and many others that allow you to rapidly deploy custom solutions for clients, and to use slightly lower level employees. So guys coming straight out, or people coming straight out of DUT, can then start building solutions right from scratch, as opposed to in our day, you know, the devs were sitting down in Notepad and starting to build solutions from there. So we managed to make a low-code solution that still has enterprise security and enterprise functionality within the solution, and then obviously it sits within Teams. So this is how where it would sit. So in Teams, you can chat and so on, and then the Autopilot app, depending on which one you choose, then sits directly within your workspace. This is one of our clients, Syntec Distribution. They sell hardware around Africa and around the world, and a great client. But the reason I bring this up is my next point is that the solution has to be practical. Like, it's all very well, like we find, so one of our solutions is vendor onboarding, and it's practical, but it's a hard sell. You know, you're offering clients or corporates a solution that can help them to onboard vendors, so they have to pay you to then pay the vendors. It just, you know, it's a hard sell, as opposed to for Syntec, we are onboarding new resellers for them. So what we did, and you'll see in this statement over here, we reduced the number of days that it took them to onboard new resellers from 10 days down to 2 days. And now that's money in Ryan's pocket and Syntec's pocket. So obviously they're a lot more interested in, you know, in paying for a solution like this, because they can see the business value. So that's really a key point for us. And I would suggest for you going into business that, you know, make sure that your app or your solution is providing a tangible, proper solution to a problem that the clients have. So I'll just show you very quickly how we work. So I mean, this is the Syntec's homepage. So we integrate into their website. You'll see in the top right, you click on there to become a reseller, and that effectively takes you to a branded solution for Syntec, but this is within Autopilot. and then you would select your country, and based on the country that you select, you might get a different language of form, for example, and the flow in the background might be different. So it's really easy for me as a new vendor or a new customer to be onboarded. And all of this, to the point of our talk today, is all around replacing paper, replacing PDFs that I have to scribble on and then scan and fax back to you or send back to you or something. And then there's no control over that. Someone in the office then has to read that and then email it off to the next person. So what we do, so there's two ways for us to initiate new workflows, either through the web, like I've just showed you, or through a tab like this. Some clients don't want to take on new companies through the web. Then they would go to a form like this, click on new customer take on, and then email or fill out the form, and then the new client gets an email with a link to Autopilot. But effectively, how we manage processes is that the client fills in details, and then I've logged in as Adam, and then this is my do tab. So these are all the tasks that I need to do today. So everything is in one place, going back to the switching costs and so on. I need to work, and everything I do is in one particular area over here. This is an example of how you would set up an internal leave form. From an IT perspective, what we also do, so you'll see at the bottom of the screen, number of days requested. We just do a simple calculation in terms of how many days the person gets, but a big part of the business is also integrating into other solutions. And that's becoming more and more relevant nowadays, that, it's no good having a wonderful solution if, for example, in this case, that payroll or that the number of leave days sits in payroll, is no point in having a great solution in a silo, but then you can't speak to payroll. So my boss doesn't know how many days that I'll have available to me after my leave request. So in this case, we integrate into payroll. Easy to submit, and that's again a big thing to your prospective clients. The UX needs to look good. Your system needs to be easy. Obviously, if you've worked on a system for many years, it becomes easy, but clients are switching between a number of apps and they have to learn different functionality, and it's not their core business. So we constantly just trying to make our app as simple as possible, that allows users to interact with a product as cleanly, as simply as possible. This is where you'd see the flow. And again, you wouldn't be able to do that on email or with a piece of paper. And obviously, we're just starting the request here. So the start the new request is highlighted. But obviously, as you go through the system, as the task moves through the system, each new section gets highlighted. So in this case, I start a new leave request. It gets approved or rejected. We update the payroll information. We then upload an updated leave calendar so that everyone knows who's on leave at what time, and then goes back to payroll. So compare that to a manual process, or people trying to do that with a paper-based leave form or a PDF leave form. It becomes tricky. It's just another how to approve it or reject it. We've also, from a tech point of view, it's quite interesting. The guys have done great work, done character recognition on here. So we acknowledge that clients aren't always online and aren't always, if they're traveling at the airport, for example. So what we do is we integrate into email, and then they can either click on the link that takes them to Autopilot, or we've got character recognition. So we recognize the word approved, rejected, or change. And based on that, that kicks off the next step in the workflow. Another big part, and especially for remote working, is having a clear audit trail. Suddenly, I mean, the accountants and the auditors were terrified during lockdown because, they're suddenly losing control. I can't see that piece of paper moving around. But now with a clear audit trail, you can see exactly what's happening within the organization. And along with having a clear dashboard, people, they want to know what's happening in the organization, want a nice visual screenshot of what's happening. And, you know, a dashboard like this provides that, which again, you're not going to get with a piece of paper. And obviously you can search and clarify your search criteria. And then obviously you can do full reporting. So you select your criteria and then report on your various criteria in terms of you know, how many people you've onboarded this month, this year, this week, or whatever you decide. In terms of how we sell because we were so new, or we entered the Microsoft space so early. We sell a lot through Microsoft, and Microsoft has been an amazing conduit for us, where we now sell through Microsoft AppSource through their marketplace, and then our clients pay Microsoft at the end of the month. So that's huge for us, because then we don't have to be onboarded as a new vendor, where, you know, where the companies often, you know, the process to be onboarded as a new vendor takes longer than it does to actually build the solution for them. So this way, our clients pay Microsoft, and then Microsoft pay us at the end of the month. So that works really well. So just a few points to end off on. Prof. Thakur this morning spoke about the relationship between DUT or any university and business, and I believe that is key. You know, if students out there, if there's any way you can get first-hand experience and so on, that's really going to count. Obviously, you need that technical knowledge, and I know DUT are providing incredible technical knowledge, but working and being in an environment that offers practical solutions, even if it's not 100% what you studied, I think is key. Be passionate about your career. You know, not necessarily heads fast. I knew I loved IT. I tried the programming route, and I passed and got my credits and so on. But I love people, and I want to be around people. So I've managed to include my skills in my career. So you want to wake up and be excited about what you do in the morning. Just go for it. I mean, we 3 employees rattling around from home, and we've managed to get some nice international accreditation from Microsoft. So and around the world. So don't be shy to think, well, you know, in South Africa, we're a small team or whatever, that we can't make it on the world stage, because we can. And, you know, sometimes, you know, we were almost too intimidated about what was out there, whereas in fact, now people are asking us for advice. Look for opportunities in the market. They don't always come straight away, but like be receptive for those. And then obviously look for trends in the market in terms of, you know, the remote working, for example, or this Teams niche, constantly looking for that sort of opportunity. So I thank you for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be back at DUT, even though I'm not there in person. It's been 30 years since I was there, so it's great to be back. And my dream is for your careers and businesses to flourish. You're certainly in an amazing and an exciting industry. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. That was an insightful talk. We actually have a question from Alan Peed.
Sure.
Alan is the OCR Azure Cognitive Services?
So do we? Yeah, 100%. We definitely use that. So in terms of reading, you know, from ID documents or documents that clients upload, then we use cognitive services to detect those. So yeah.
All right. It doesn't seem like we have any other questions. We'll just give it a minute, see if anything comes through on YouTube or Facebook. Well, it was a wonderful presentation, seeing how all the automation and everything in one place. I can understand the clients being happy with that there.
No, it definitely makes business sense for clients.
Yeah, it saves so much of time. Lastly, you don't want to be running around with different applications all the time, apps going here and there.
Absolutely. If you can help it, then that makes sense.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Adam. There are no more questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Bye.
Up next, we have Mr. Somelise Diko. Somelise is a young individual that is passionate about upskilling people from different communities, using the different technologies at his disposal through being involved with initiatives that upskill and empower people. Today, he is an M365 and Power Platform Cloud Advocate at Microsoft, focusing on upskilling students and communities through the Microsoft Power Platform. You'll learn can learn average Power Automate with the Power Platform to build a simple workflow to help and improve productivity and simplify tasks. With Power Automate's hundreds of connectors and templates, you can easily build flows that you can easily integrate with new or existing solutions to make them more efficient and cleaner. Please welcome Mr. Somelise Diko.
Thank you so much, Gulam, for that wonderful introduction. I really, really appreciate it. So, whenever I start with my presentations, I normally ask a very simple question or a specific scenario. So in this case, you're ready to take your business to the next level. The problem is you are held back by manual processes that are time-consuming. You can't find any off-the-shelf apps or services to solve your team-specific challenges, and you lack the developer budget to have custom solutions built from scratch. So this is where you meet the Microsoft Power Platform. Hi, everyone. Just like Gulam has said, my name is Somelise Diko, a cloud advocate at Microsoft for the Power Platform and also Fusion development, which is something I would actually get into it a bit later around what the Power Platform and Fusion development is all about. And today I am about to introduce to you the Microsoft Power Platform, but specifically Power Automate. I know for the past few sessions, it's been heavily on code and I've been enjoying them. So I would like to give you something a little bit lighter in terms of you building your solutions from there. So what is the Microsoft Power Platform? Power Platform is actually an entire Office suite that is made up of 5 products. Those 5 products are Power Pages for web development in terms of you writing no code or low code, Power Virtual Agents to build intelligent virtual agents or bots, Power Automate, which we'll look at today, to build your workflow automation from scratch without writing any code, Power BI for business analytics, and Power Apps for application development. So your mobile apps or your web apps or your tablet apps in terms of whatever applications that you want to actually build. Within the Power Platform, the main key thing or main reason for the Power Platform is to help citizen developers who have no technical background or whatsoever be able to upskill and also be able to build solutions without writing any code. Of course, there is this term called low code in this case, where it actually factors in professional developers such as most of the audience today in terms of if they want to actually bring their professional developer skills onto the Power Platform by obviously extending the existing solutions with adding the Power Platform. Either you add Power Automate or you add a Power App. In this Power Platform suite, actually, you have Microsoft Dataverse as this backend. So in this case, Dataverse is more like your SQL Server database, but for the Microsoft Power Platform, and it actually comes in within your Power Platform environment. But enough about that. That's just the basic intro of what the Power Platform is all about. I like for you guys to actually think about this. Imagine that in an organization where every 3 years employees go through a hardware refresh cycle, the organization would like to build a customized app that runs on web and mobile devices, which will help streamline the device order and approval process. Moreover, they do not have traditional development resources available, such as .NET, Xamarin, or custom website developer to create the specific application. So this speaks back to my opening statement. With the Power Platform, you are actually able to solve this problem that the specific organization has. And I know a lot of organizations or businesses actually have asset checkouts where mostly every 3 years or every 5 years, they're always updating the hardware. And that could be a very painful manual process in some organizations. So in this case, with this problem, you can actually solve that using the Power Platform. And how you can do that, you'd have to think of 3 key things. And I can think that a lot of professional developers are actually familiar with this, that whenever you're building an application or a solution for that matter, you have to always think about your front end where your users are going to be interfacing with your application, and the middleware, which will be taking care of automating the business processes at the back end, your approval processes, your notifications, and all of those things. And then your back end where you actually store your data. So whenever you're building this specific solution, this specific app, you have to think about these 3 key things. And how can you actually think about those within the Power Platform? So in this case, this is where you actually think about it with Power Apps, for an example, in terms of interfaces. This is the Power Apps Studio where you are able to drag and drop all of the different components onto the screen or onto your canvas that you are going to use to build your application, and obviously design it however you like to fit your specific business requirements. And then for the backend, like I mentioned, you have Microsoft Dataverse, which is a secure, scalable, and intelligent platform for the Microsoft Power Platform and Dynamics 365. And again, like I mentioned earlier on, Dataverse is similar to your SQL Server, but a little bit lighter on in terms of technical background and all of those knowledges. Right. What does Microsoft Dataverse offer? Within Microsoft Dataverse, you can be able to transform your operations, your business processes, or your entire organization. And how does that actually work? So in this case, think about it for this specific example where you are using the Power Platform. Like I mentioned to you, the Power Platform is actually a suite of products or apps that are available to you to use and build your solutions. You have your Power Automate, Power BI, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agents, and Power Pages connected. And underneath those 5 products, you can be able to use one singular database to actually control every single information or piece of information that is going out and going into your database. And obviously, in terms of processes, like I mentioned earlier on, with that scenario that I just gave you for that organization with the asset checkout, in that case, they can automate that process by using Power Automate. So today, we'll only look at just using Power Automate on automating that specific process and not caring too much about the back end and also about the front end of the application by using Power Apps. That would mean that we would be here almost for an hour or an hour and 30 minutes. So I'll just show you a little bit of how you can use Power Automate. Speaking of Power Automate, what exactly is Power Automate? So within Power Automate, you are able to automate and integrate business processes with Power Automate. So in this case, you can model business processes and automate workflows in your apps and services. You can also use a dip and broad from simple individual automation to advanced organization scenarios with branches, loops, and more. And you would have trigger actions, grant approvals, and get notifications right where you work. So in this case, within Power Automate, as you can see on the screenshot that is on the slide itself, is that you would have a trigger. Obviously, whenever you want your workflow to run, you need a trigger, something to trigger that specific workflow and do those specific actions. So within Power Automate, you have triggers, you have actions, and the triggers work for whenever an event is met, and then the actions is what you tell your Power Automate flow to do. And I heard a little bit about Mr. Adam talking about workflows, and I quickly thought about Power Automate, and it was very fascinating to hear him talking about that. Right, what's next? I just gave you a rough idea of what really Power Automate is about, and obviously what the Power Platform is actually about. So the next thing for us now is to actually go to make.powerapps.com on our browser and be able to build a specific flow. So in this case, I want to build just a specific flow for the asset checkout. And with that specific flow, it's much more very simple, not too complex flow, so that you guys can be able to follow along and you can actually do more with Power Automate and the entire Power Platform in terms of your requirements and how advanced or complicated they are. So what you see on the screen is the Power Automate Studio or the Power Automate Canvas, where you are met with all the different resources that you can use. So on the homepage, you're actually met with, for an example, you have an option to choose from the templates that are already existing for specific Power Automate flows that you can build. Like, for an example, save outlook.com email attachments to your OneDrive instead of them being downloaded by you manually. You can save Gmail attachments to your Google Drive. You can also notify yourself on Teams when you receive an email with a negative sentiment. Obviously, those are just the basic templates that you can be able to use within Power Automate if you're starting out. So if you would scroll down a little bit more down, is that you would have some learning resource material that you can be able to use to understand what Power Automate is. So this will take you from zero to hero, and then you'll be a Power Automate developer, even a Power Platform developer at the end of the day, right? So that's basically what the homepage is all about. But what I want us to actually focus on is to actually go to create, because we want to create a Power Automate flow. So whenever you want to create a Power Automate flow, like I mentioned earlier on, within Power Automate, you have the option of two things. You use your triggers and then you use actions. Triggers is when a specific condition is met or an event is met for your specific solution or for your specific project or app. And then actions is what you tell your Power Automate flow to do. So I want us to focus a little bit on the triggers. Within Power Automate, when you start from scratch for building your Power Automate flow, is that you met with those 6 different options. You can build an automated cloud flow, a bit self-explanatory. An automated cloud flow is more based off of whenever a specific event is met, your specific Power Automate flow will start running automatically. You wouldn't need to run it over and over again on your own. An instant cloud flow is more on you pressing a button on your Power Automate or Power Automate for mobile application. And then a scheduled cloud flow is when you want to send those scheduled emails instead of trying to wake up every day or whenever that specific day comes, you have to go and manually write that email. You can be able to build a Power Automate flow that would actually build or send those emails on a schedule based off of whatever you give it to. And then we have a very new feature that I like and is a bit off of my favorite, is that you can be able to describe what you want your Power Automate flow to do. And then the AI within Power Automate, which is similar to GitHub Copilot, will then transform your words into a specific cloud flow based off of your requirements. So that's one of my favorites. And then the last tool is your desktop flow, where you are able to use Power Automate for desktop, which is also a favorite, where you can do whatever file management Power Automate flow that you want to build and then manage those files from that. And then there's a process advisor. If your company already has a specific process that is already in place and people need to follow that process along, you can use the process advisor within Power Automate, which is also called a business process flow, where your employees or your users will be following a specific flow of events, and you do not want your Power Automate flow to end up until everything else is completed within those steps, right? Enough talking too much about it. Let's get right into building. So what do we need when we are building the specific Power Automate flow? A scenario that I gave you earlier on is around asset checkout, and it's a manual process normally where you go to an office or you go to a manager and you say, here's my laptop, it's not working, or it's lagging, or it's been 5 years, I need it to be fixed, or I need a new one, or something like that. And then you place it on the table, or you submit a paper as a form, and then maybe it gets lost at some point within that specific office because managers are normally busy. So this case, how can we automate that and digitalize it? You can use Power Automate with Microsoft Forms. Those Microsoft Forms also, you can be able to take that information from the Microsoft form if you want to store it and have a very structured way of seeing your data onto a Microsoft list. So in this case, we need a Microsoft form, a Power Automate flow, and also a SharePoint list. So to build a SharePoint list, obviously you would click on the app launcher on the top left corner of the screen, and then the app launcher, you would then see an option or options of apps available to you or within your specific account that you are using for Microsoft. Right, and then once you click on that, you need to click on Microsoft Lists, and then it will take you to this specific tab where you can be able to create your own new list based off of whatever data schema that you have, whatever columns that you need, you would add them on that list. And then on the form itself, you can just create a very simple form that would take the first name, last name, the email of the requester or the person who's coming to exchange their laptop, and then the type of device and their price. And then that would be basically it. Right. So let's go back to Power Automate. Let's bring all of these things together. How can we actually do that? So you click on create, right? And then in our case, we want our flow to run whenever a new response is submitted on our Microsoft form. We want it to run automatically. We don't want it to run manually. How can we do that? We'll choose automated Cloudflow. Hopefully everyone's following along. And then in this case, I will just name your flow name. And then after that, I'll name it after the session. After that, you would need to choose your flows trigger. You can skip this step if you want to, but in this case, I just want you to see that you already met with specific help from Power Automate Studio where you are able to choose a specific trigger. In our case, we're looking at a Microsoft form, and you can see at the top, the first option is when a new response is submitted, Microsoft Forms. So we will choose that, and then we will click on create. So whilst our Power Automate flow is creating, is that it will have that trigger, and then after that, we'll need to specify the steps that follow. What do we need on those steps? We need to actually have an approval from our manager whether when we are doing the asset checkout, do they approve of the new device that we want to get, or do they reject it? So we want to set up something like that. So on the trigger, you need to specify which form are you receiving the responses from, right? So you will click on that, and then on the drop-down list, you will see the list of forms that you already have on your Office 365 account, and then that's your trigger. You've done everything for your trigger that you need. The next step now is for you to actually add an action, what you want your Power Automate flow to do. So whenever you're working with Microsoft Forms within Power Automate, yes, it will listen on using your trigger. It will listen on the Microsoft form, but at the end of the day, it won't take those responses. How can you get the responses from the form? Is that you will need to search for forms or Microsoft Forms and use a specific action called get response details. And then you need to specify your form ID, same as above, which is the asset checkout form. And then the response ID, you will see that we have something called dynamic content on the right-hand side of the screen, which is a small dialog box. And then you click on that response ID. So the dynamic content comes from our trigger. So whenever a new response is submitted on a Microsoft form, then our conditions for trigger within our Power Automate flow are met. So obviously, you can't just store everything or random stuff from your Microsoft form. You need to specify the ID of that specific response so that you can be able to save your data accordingly or do whatever necessary steps that you would need. So that dynamic content comes into play from that. Then you've gotten your response details and all of those things. What's your next step? right, you within your team, you want to have an approval process for the asset checkout. Normally, you would go to your manager and get an approval with the paper and saying, this is the type of laptop or device that I want. This is how much it costs. My old one I've been using it for 5 years now, and then all of those things probably would get lost or something like that, or it would take a very long time to actually get your specific request to be approved, because they would have to look for the paper first. So to mitigate that, how you can actually set up an approval request using Power Automate is that you would search for approvals. So you would add an action within the Power Automate flow, search for approval, and then choose approvals, right? Those are the connectors, one of the connectors that are available within Power Automate. And then you have three actions that are available to you, which is create an approval, start and wait for an approval, and wait for an approval. Start and wait for an approval is what we're going to use, because obviously we want to start the approval process, and then the notification gets sent to our manager. And then once the manager sees that notification, then obviously they will click on approve on a very adaptive card that is sent action. So you click on start and wait for an approval, and then you choose the approval type. Do you want everyone to approve, which is everyone must approve within your request, or you want the first person to respond to that request? You want to wait for all responses, or you want to wait for one response? So the three of these actually look at you having a hierarchy of people that are going to approve your request. If you have, let's say, your manager, and then there's another manager above that, and they all look at the asset checkout stuff, and then that's when you're going to use the custom responses, which is wait for all responses, or which is everyone must approve. But in this case, just one manager will be fine. So you choose the first to respond, approve or reject. And then the title of this would be, you just customize it to what you need, approval request for. And then obviously you do not want most of the data or most of the text to be static. You want it to be dynamic. So you use the dynamic content, and then you go to the dynamic content. So I'm just going to scroll to the side. Then on the dynamic content, from the get response details action now, because we're able to access all of the columns within our form, this is when you will choose device. So it will say approval request for this specific device, and then who is it assigned to? In some instances, you can have a dynamic email that is coming from a specific data source or database. But in our case, I am just going to hard code it within my Power Automate flow for demonstration purposes, and then choose my account that I'm using here. And then if you want to add details, a little bit more of details of what that approval request should be, details here. You can add an item link. If you were using another data source, you can add a link description as well. So in this case, we're not going to do that. And then you close this action. What's the next step? The next step is to take this information and store it back into our SharePoint list or our Microsoft list that we have here, which is assets. So how do we do that? We look for the SharePoint connector. So you would search for create, and then you choose SharePoint. So you'd have all the list of options or actions available to you: add attachment, approve hub site, join request, or cancel hub site join request, or whatever that is. And then what you need to choose is actually create a file, not a file actually, because when you create a file, you have to create a specific document and you store it in a document library within SharePoint. That's one silly mistake. And then for a specific item, what you want to store within a SharePoint list or a Microsoft list, it has to be create item and not file. There's a difference between the two. A file would be a document, and then an item would be an item within a SharePoint list. So you'd say create item, site address. If your site does not reflect on the list of sites that are here on this drop-down list, you can add a custom value. How do you get that? So you go back to your SharePoint list or your Microsoft list, and then you just copy up until it shows the name of your account, or it shows your email, and then you say Control C, and then you paste it in onto that action. And then you need to choose a list name. In this case, the list that we're working with within that site is called assets. And then from that point on forward, you'd have to fill in all of those specific columns, which is those ones. All of the information that needs to go to those columns need to be filled in using the dynamic content. How can we do that? The title of that specific request, we can use the title that comes from our dynamic content for the approval, start and wait approval action. So we will choose title. And then after that, who is the requester? This is where we search for requester email. So requester email comes from our form because we want to know who requested this device, and then which device are they requesting for. So again, search for device, which will be coming from the dynamic content that comes from our Microsoft form. And then same thing for price, same thing for assigned to. So in this case, I'm going to search for price, which comes from our dynamic content of the form. The assigned to now comes from this action because this is where we actually specify the assigned to column. Who is it assigned to? Right. So who is it assigned to? Then we can say search for approver, because who is it assigned to and approver are the same people, because at the end of the day, I assign a task to someone and then that person needs to perform that specific action. So in this case, the person who approves the specific request will be the assigned to in our column. So we can say responses approver email, and then this will quickly put it on an apply to each loop, because obviously in terms of the different responses that a person would get from that approval request, then obviously it needs to do it for each and every single approval request that was made. Right, and then for status, we use again the start and wait for an approval action. So in this case, we will say responses. And then when you go to the bottom, it will say responses approver response. So the response that comes from the approver, did they click on reject? Did they click on approve? And then we add the comments. So you can search for comments. So it'll say responses, comments, and then that's it. You create the item within SharePoint. Then the last step is to actually notify that specific person who actually added in that specific approval request. So how do you do that? You can either send them an email with the status of that specific approval request. So how do you do that? You can search for Outlook as part of the data sources or connectors that are available within Power Automate. Use Outlook 365 Outlook, Office 365 Outlook, and not Outlook.com, because Outlook.com is actually for your personal account and Office 365 Outlook is for work or school email addresses or school accounts. So we use Office 365 Outlook, and then in this case, we search for send an email v2, which will send an email to the requester. Note again, we do not statically, or we do not hard code who the email should be. We need to add a dynamic content because we will never know who is the requester. It should not be the same person because you're working in a bigger organization. How you do that, you click on add dynamic content, and you can either, for an example, use the one that is from the action for our form, or you can use that is from our specific SharePoint item. So in this case, you can choose the one that's from the form because you want specific information, and then the subject would be update on the request for, and then again, you search for device. So now I would like to choose and use the one that is within SharePoint because the data is already been stored within SharePoint. Then I'll use the one within SharePoint. And then for our body, I'll say hi, and then search for, because I want to call the user by the name. I'll search for first name, which comes from our form, and then we can say your request for, specify the device in this case, so search for device on the dynamic content, and then your request for the device has been, so you specify the status of that approval process has been. So how do you do that? On the dynamic content, you search for status, and then you just click on status. And then you can save this. So if you're happy with the email or the notification that is being sent to that specific user or that specific employee that has requested for that asset checkout, then you can update it however you like. And then you click on save. Now, let's see this in actual action. We need to submit a request on our form. So if I go back to my Microsoft form and I click on preview and I add Nikhil, I'll use Nikhil because he is the one responsible, who's part of the people who are responsible for this session, Nikhil, and then I'll add Gulam too. And then request an email, I'm gonna add my Gmail account. And then choose a device here. So I'll choose the Aspire, then choose any price, and then click on submit. So once I click on submit, it has to submit a specific, the specific details. So if I go back and I go back here, you would see the run history of your Power Automate flow. So I can see that my form is actually set to collect one response. So I'm just gonna quickly change the settings here, maybe later, settings, and say anyone can respond. And then run my form again, and I say, now, and I use my Gmail account, choose a device and any price, and then I submit it. Then it submits the entire response, and then I refresh all runs of my Power Automate flow, and then I can watch it run in this case. So I can be able to debug it and see where it failed, if it fails, or where it's being delayed, if it's being delayed. So in this case, the responses, the response trigger was successful, and then Power Automate flow got the response details, obviously, all of those things. And then it started and waited for an approval. Notice that it's loading because it's waiting for someone to approve or reject that specific request. So my approver is my Outlook account. So if I go to my Outlook account here, so it sent it twice. So if I click on approve, then I add comments. This is a good device. And I click on submit. So the reason why it sent it twice is because I have another flow that was for testing for the session when we were preparing to actually see that I am showing you something that actually works within Power Automate. So I'm just gonna do that too. And then what's gonna happen is I can open up my Gmail account and see if I received the email. You can see that it says asset request for Lenovo Yogo, and then it called me by Nikhil's name, and then it says my request for the Lenovo Yogo has been approved. So obviously English is not really what that thing has in this case because it has to say has been approved. So basically that's how you can automate an approval request or an approval process, and you can see that the flow has run successfully, and you see that even with the apply to each, it sent the email, created the item, and stored it on our SharePoint list or Microsoft list as our data source or as our database. One thing I would like to note is that as much as I used Microsoft Forms for the specific approval request, you could perhaps have a .NET application that is trying to, let's say for an example, if a specific number of products drop to a specific quantity, then we need to restock. So you can be able to set up a process like that using Power Automate without having to write extensive code, because there is a connector for SQL Server here if you're using SQL Server as your database. And if you want to use other databases, there's stuff called custom connectors. But other than that, I hope you guys learned a lot about the Power Platform. And I would like to say thank you. And if you have any questions, you can send them to me on my Twitter, for an example, after the session. So at Digo Somaleze on Twitter, or you can pop them in the chat here on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're joining us from. And with that, thank you so much. And we'll share the resources with you, obviously to Nikhil, and then he will share with everyone who RSVP'd to this event.
Thank you, Mr. So.
Thank you for the lovely presentation, Mr. Somalise. It was quite practical and hands-on, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the viewers enjoyed that, as well as those who struggle with coding. That was simplified quite a lot of things there. We do have a couple of questions for you, so we'll tackle that right now. The first one is from Zodwa. Can you have multiple triggers in Power Automate?
Well, the answer is yes and no. So yes, because in this case, as I was starting out with the Power Platform and learning about Power Automate, I used to want the same thing. So if you want to have multiple triggers, in this case, you can set up different flows as your multiple triggers, because you can't set them up on one flow. So you'd have to have, for an example, if you want to have 3 triggers for different sets of conditions within your trigger, then you would need to build 3 flows to meet those conditions. But you can't do it on one flow and say, okay, this is my first trigger, this is my second trigger, and all of those things. One flow can only have one trigger, but you can be able to use Power Automate flows to trigger other Power Automate flows as well by sending HTTP requests, for an example.
All right, that answers our question. And we have another one from Situliso Mondeli. Are there any certifications one can do to become a certified Power Platform developer?
Yeah, actually there are. So if you're a student, you are very much lucky, because Microsoft and the Worldwide Learning have partnered up to actually provide a platform called Cloud Ready Skills platform, where you are able to first verify yourself as a student, and then obviously you are able to get certified or get a free exam certification voucher for the PL900, which is the Power Platform Fundamentals, and also other Microsoft Fundamentals certifications. So it does not necessarily have to be Power Platform Fundamentals or Azure Fundamentals. You can have all of them. So it's 8 Microsoft Fundamentals exam vouchers that you can get if you can verify yourself as a student. But if you're not a student, obviously, again, you'd have to pay for those certifications. So as a developer who is not a student, you can go down the route of starting off with your Power Platform Fundamentals, PL900. Then you go to the Power Platform App Maker, which is PL100. Then Power Platform Functional Consultant, PL200. And then you can skip the 2 if you want, unless you're enthusiastic about data science or data analytics. Those are for Power BI. And then the last one would be PL600, which is expert level. It's called the Power Platform Solutions Architect certifications. So there are certifications around that. And I challenge everyone here to actually start writing the Power Platform Fundamentals, and then they can share it with me on LinkedIn.
We have another comment from Alan Pete. Great session, Somalise, and cool t-shirts.
Thank you so much, Alan. I knew you would notice because I saw your session on .NET MAUI. I loved it.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Somalise. There are no more comments, so unfortunately the session is over. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Gulam.
All right. Coming up next, we have Mr. Tapelo Silabedi. Right. Mr. Tapelo is a software developer from Cape Town with a strong background in mathematics and statistics, in computer programming and application programming interfaces, protocols and tools for building software and applications. API is a contract of sorts. It defines how it is to be expected, used, and defines what you can expect to receive by. Using it to think of a set of tools designed for software developers like yourself, an API is created to help make your life easier by giving you access to data and by providing you with an abstraction of the implementation. You don't need to know how it is doing whatever it is doing, therefore saving you the need to create everything yourself when building a software. These days, the term API is mostly used in a way to explain web-based APIs. It is probably safe to assume that when you hear an API in the wild, it is most likely that people are talking about a web-based API. In modern software development space, web APIs play an important role in the development of software. The use of web APIs has become the industry standard when developing software. Please give it up for Mr. Tapelo Silibedi with building web APIs with .NET 6.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Is my screen shared? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Can you see my screen? Okay, cool. So yeah, I'll be doing introduction to ASP.NET Core using .NET 6. I still get goosebumps on what .NET 6 can do, and .NET 7 is going to come out. Technology is moving so fast. You might be wondering what is .NET ASP.NET Core. So if you've seen with the previous speakers like Daniel and Alan, they showed there within .NET there is a lot of other frameworks within .NET. So ASP.NET Core is one of those frameworks, and it is a cross-platform, meaning that it literally runs everywhere, and then it allows you to build modern applications. Some of the things that you can do with ASP.NET Core is building IoT devices and building backend on mobile applications, and also building web applications. And it can be deployed, as I said, it is cross-platform, and then it can also be deployed on both on premises and on cloud. So some of the benefits of running building with ASP.NET Core is the fact that it is cloud ready, and it has a built-in dependency injection, as I will show in a demo, and it has high performance, and you can build web UIs and APIs. So I'll be building a web API now on the demo, and with building of web UIs, they use you can use Razor pages to build your UIs, your front end stuff. And it is such a awesome technology because with Razor pages you can actually write C# code with your HTML combined. It's just such beauty. So if you will be following, you will need Visual Studio 2022. I'll be using 2022 and some basics of C#. And okay, so what I hope that you get from the demo is you being able to build a simple web API project and be able to create a database context. I believe Daniel on his presentation, he did touch some of the stuff that I'll be showing you guys. Stuff like creating a model class and the CRUD methods, but I will be scaffolding a controller to have those CRUD methods. Okay, this is some of the resource that you can use if you want to dig deep into ASP.NET Core. Okay, so I will open up Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio 2022. And then we're going to create a new project. Okay, my machine is a bit slow, probably because of the streaming. Yeah, but we going to, okay, here we're going to search for web API. So we're going to choose web API, ASP.NET Core web API. Just, okay, we're going to be using C# for this one. Select that and hit next. So we can name our project demo, maybe demo API, and then the solution, you can just say demo API app. And we can leave these as is. There is, okay, so this open API, it is an awesome service that is also called Swagger. I'll show you guys now when I'm demoing like how it makes life easy for developers. Okay, so the project, so the solution look like this there. Okay, so a solution comes with a default controller, which we're going to delete. We're gonna create our own, and we're also gonna delete this weatherforecast.cs. Okay, so that is that. Okay, so one thing that I like here is this app settings.json. This is where you configure your stuff like your database connection strings. And then underneath there is app settings.development.json. So this can override what is in app settings.json. And then underneath that, okay, all of this, if you commit on a version control, it shows up like the whatever you're gonna have there. Say you want to create something to have something that is not going to something that is not going to show on your version control, you can use this secrets.json here, so that you can have your stuff there. Then when you commit to your version control, then it's not going to appear there on the other people's work if you're working in a team. This is something that comes out of the box. Some of the stuff that I like about this. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to add here is a folder, and then we're going to call it models. And then inside the models, we are going to create a class, and then we're going to call it user, or let's call it the student. And then inside this class here, we going to have properties. Yeah, let's say, let's make this as, okay, yeah, let's leave it as int, and let's say that's the ID. And then we have name, right? Okay, so one of the things that you get out of the box is validation. Daniel did show this part of validation. We can say this is required, and then we can add minimum length of, maybe, let's say it should have maybe 3 letters, right? And then, so the other thing that we're going to add is a database context. But before we add a database context, we need to add a NuGet package. So in .NET, we have NuGet packages that makes our life easy. And then in this case, we're going to use Entity Framework, but we're going to use in memory for the purposes of this demo. We can use SQL if you're going to be interacting with SQL. With Entity Framework is a ORM in a .NET world. So ORM allows us to get data, get data from any data source and interact with that data in C# form, if I would say. So it kind of like converts whatever for data format the data is coming in, and then convert it into a language that we all love, which is C#. And then in models, we're going to add a database context. So a database context, okay, let's limit student context, right? So this database context, we're going to make it inherit context, right? We're going to let it inherit DB context. DB context is entity framework, right? This is a class in entity framework. So we're going to access the goodness of entity framework. Okay, wait. This is a class, right? And then we need to have a constructor there. Right, now this constructor, here we're going to have a DB context. We say options, and then type of student context, right? And then we say options. Okay, so what we're doing here is we enabling ourselves to be able to access the goodness of entity framework, what it has to offer. Right now we have public DB context student and students. Wow, that's impressive. No, right? Okay, so this will enable us to be able to utilize the entity framework goodness, right? Now with a DB context, we need to register it in a dependency injection container, right? In this, and in our case now, it is this, right? We register our everything here is in this beautiful. I mean, there is no class, there's no namespaces, there's no classes. We just have everything just like that there. So now you maybe you're probably asking yourself, how would we add, how would we register a service like this one, like this the context, the DB context that we just made. So it is a simple process. You just save it, and then you go services, and then you go add the context, and then our case is user a student context, right? And then we're going to go out our anonymous function. So now we're pointing it to use in-memory database, right? So we're saying that it should use in-memory database, and then we can name that. We can name it student. We can name it student list. Right. Okay. Now that we're done with registering a DB context in our database injection container, we would have to add a controller. Now look at this beauty. When adding a controller, what we can do is, we can scaffold controller here. We say a new scaffold item, and then we say API using entity framework, right? With actions. So the actions that we referring to there are your CRUD methods, like your create, your reading, your updating and deleting. You will see now that the scaffolding, it will save us a lot of time to code, like some of the logic. What was the? Okay, let's try again. What did I get wrong now? Okay, let's give it a try. Let's see. Oh, okay, let me retry it. Okay, I say add new scaffolded item. Is that about right? Yes. And then I go to APIs, yes. student demo. Okay. Okay, let me check out. I have built something similar to this one before. Okay, let's open maybe this one. Okay, so with that scaffolding, I'll show you now what we're gonna get from that scaffolding. It was going to give us methods that was going to say, so under controllers, have those, right? So after scaffolding, it was going to give us all this goodness here. And I want to draw your attention to these the verbs here. So as you can see here, we getting students, and then we get students specified by an ID, and then inside here, inside the method, you can see we have a little bit of logic, right? And then it returns whatever data that it got. And as we move on here, you say this is put, right? So with put, we're going to modify our data. As you can see here, it's modifying the data, and it's going to get the value of the HTTP, right? It's going to get the value from the HTTP or from the body of the HTTP. That's where it's going to get the value of the specific value. Okay, so now because of time, let me run this and show you that open API, right, which is Swagger, which is a nice way to show, maybe if you have clients and then you want to say to them, hey, look how my API looks like, right? Then this is this Swagger. It's a nice client-side way of presenting your API, and it has nice endpoints there. And you can also get a JSON version of this. This helps you to build a client just straight from this JSON, right? Okay, so in this case, you can even try out your API, right? If you execute now, as you can see there, right, that we have nothing. So we have to create something. Now, if we create something, we don't need to specify that ID there. It can auto generate that ID, and then if we do that, and then we get a response, right, which is a success, and then there it created my name. And then we can, okay, let's create another one just so we have two. And then I say Tabo, and then execute that. I have a second one there, of which our API is working fine. And then we can get, okay, so now if we go back here, because when we tried to get, the array was empty. Now, if we execute again, there we see the stuff that we just created are there, right? Okay, I'll try to move fast for the sake of time. And then with put, okay, if you want to get something and then you specify the ID, it is the method that I showed you there, that when I said when you specify with an ID, then it returns that particular item with a specified ID. And then let's quickly modify that particular ID, which is the student in ID2, we change him to Bob. All right, if we execute that, so it's Bob. And then if we go back to getting the student in ID2 is no longer Tabo now. And then the last one, we're gonna try to delete Bob, the student in ID2, execute. It's a success. Okay, let's go check if it is for real success. And then we go get all the students. If we execute that, we're only left with one. Okay, that's all that I was planning to share with you guys. I can now entertain questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Tupelo, for that interesting session with the going practical there with the Visual Studio. We currently have one question. What is your opinion on code first versus the DB approach?
Yeah, I think it depends on the project that you're working on, because sometimes the code first would be better approach, or the DB approach would be better depending on the project that you're working on.
All right, so I see it depends on the type of project you have.
Yeah.
We currently do not have any other questions, so we'll give them another minute or two.
Okay, cool.
Alan Peter said, awesome intro to Web API, Tupelo, and he enjoyed the live coding.
Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you once again for joining us, Tupelo. We have no more questions.
Okay, thanks.
Right. See you.
Bye.
Coming up next, we have Mr. Samsung Amugo. Samsung Amugo is a web developer, a technology enthusiast, and a freelance writer for Medium.com. He also hosts a blog where he talks about all things .NET and C#. Mr. Amugo was recently welcomed into the prestigious Microsoft MVP program. He will provide context to managed identity in Azure Web App Services, and will also speak about how developers can access Microsoft Azure services securely using managed identities. Please give it up for Mr. Samsung Amugo.
So, all right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Samson Amugo, and I'm glad to be here. So, I'm Samson Amugo, a Microsoft MVP. I love all things .NET. I love automating stuff with code and building business solutions using tech. So, in today's session, I'm going to be talking about managed identities in Azure Web App Service. So, what is managed identity? So, managed identity is basically a feature in Azure that helps ease the process of authentication and authorization management. You don't have to go through the whole hassle of making series of API calls. It's kind of automated and already prepared for you. So it makes authentication authorization very easy. Now there are basically two types of managed identity currently in Azure. We have the system assigned managed identity, and we have the user assigned managed identity. And the good thing about these names, the naming convention here, is that you could somehow tell what they can do from their names. So let's get into system assigned identity. System assigned identities are identities that are created on the service. That means you don't have to create it separately. It's not independent. You on your app service, you just assign it. You create a system assigned identity. So that means once you destroy the app service plan or the app service web app, the identity is also destroyed. Then let's look at some of the features of system assigned identity. One is created as part of a resource and is not managed separately. I mentioned this. So what this means is that you don't have to worry about, you know, creating it separately. You don't have to worry about its own life cycle. It's kind of together with the app service plan or the app service web app. Then the second feature is its life cycle is bounded together with the resource that it was created on. It somehow piggies back to the previous feature. So everything is just together with the app service. Then other resources can share its identity. So that means the identity is just unique. Its only function is to serve as an ID, something you can use to identify the app service plan. Now let's get into the user assigned identity. This identity is created separately and has its lifecycle tied to itself. To use it, you would need to assign it to any Azure service of your choice that supports Azure AD. So I think it's kind of easy. We'll get into the coding aspect. Then features of user assigned identity. We have created as a distinct identity resource in Azure. It would need to be assigned to a resource before it would be used as its identity. So what this entails is after creating your app service plan and you want to assign it an identity, you'd have to create user assigned identity separately and then configure it to point to the app service plan or any Azure service that you want it to manage. Then the second feature here is its lifecycle is separate from the resource it will be assigned to. Deleting the resource it will be assigned to won't delete the identity. What this means is just okay, like comparing it to the system assigned identity. Once you delete the resource of the system assigned identity, the system assigned identity would also be deleted. But in the case of the user assigned identity, once you delete the resource that it should manage, the user assigned identity will not also be deleted. It's kind of independent. You can call it its own boss somehow. Then other resources can share its identity. So that means you could use the user assigned identity and point it to different resources in Azure. You can point it to Azure Functions, you can point it to Azure Web App Service, and they'll share the same identity. And sharing the same identity means they could also share the same privilege. So let's get coding. Sorry. I'll be working with .NET here. So let me just create a little API. So I'll say .NET new web. This is kind of a command I can use to like do a little scaffold. All right, so we are here in our VS Code and we have this basic boilerplate code here that we're going to tweak a little bit to give us what you want. So before I continue, I would want to install two nuggets. Control Shift P. I think I should zoom this so that it should be, yeah, I think this is okay. All right. So I have an extension that gives me a fancy UI for installing NuGet packages. So I want to install Azure Identity NuGet package. Yep. So I'll select the project and install, and I'll wait for it. Okay. Cool. Next, I want to install Key Vault. Azure Key Vault Nuggets. I'm working with secrets. So now you might ask me, why am I installing Azure Key Vault Nuggets? So I'm trying to create a simple API that would make use of confidential secrets or data in Azure Key Vault. And to make use of Key Vault, you need access from any of your Azure resource to access it. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make use of both managed system assigned identity and also user assigned managed identity to access the Key Vault. But we'll start out first with using the system assigned identity. So let's continue coding. I'll import this using Azure Data Identity. This is the first namespace we'll need. I'll need security.keyvault.secrets. Yep. So I'll be making use of some configs, some environmental variable configs. And I'll make use of the builder variable here to obtain it. So the first one would be to be a string. I'll call it user ID. And okay, let me not work with this first. Let it just be string. Let me call it var credential rather. Then let me call it new default Azure credential. So this class here enables me to retrieve required tokens to access some Azure services. And the good thing about it is that it kind of automates the whole process. You don't have to make series of API calls to retrieve needed or required tokens to access Azure services. So next, I would I just create. Okay, let me tweak this. So let's call this I'll call it UKVRI, and I'm trying to concatenate strings that will form the URL of my Key Vault. So config Key Vault name, then vault.azure.net. Yeah. Then I'll create my client. So this class now would enable me to query confidential data from Azure Key Vault. So let me put this in my URI. Now pass in the KV URI and my credential. Cool. Next, I return client.getSecrets. This should be name. the value dot value. Funny convention. So what this get secret is trying to do, we're yet to do make some configuration on Azure, but what this get secret method ought to do is to retrieve a secret that has a key name. So we're yet to get into Azure, then catch. I'm just doing this in case there's an error. Exception. Then I want to return a dot to string. Cool. Then yeah, I think this is okay. So the next step now is to, okay, let me add my gitignore since I'm working with Azure. So the .NET SDK has this fancy way of adding gitignore file for .NET projects, and you can do that by just doing .NET new gitignore. And in doing that, if you check your gitignore file, you'll see that automatically you have all these generated for you. These are like conventional or popular files that are usually kept in the gitignore file. So let's get to Azure. Okay, so this is my Azure portal, and I want to create a group. I like creating a resource group to kind of put everything into a single bucket, so that when I want to delete my resources, I could just do that with a single click. So I'll create a resource group here. It takes some time. Okay. Let me call it managed resource group. Managed resource group. Then review, create. So yeah, I have my group created. I'll click on it. Then I want to create an Azure App Service plan, an Azure App Service web app. So I'll just type in here web. I'll click on enter, and then I should have one. I'll click on web here. What am I going to call this app? I'll call it swag. Swag.azurewebsite.net. Oh, it's already taken. Okay, let me call it swag 2ky. Anything can go as long as it's not taken. We're working with .NET 7 preview, and yeah, so here an Azure App Service plan will be created for me by default. I won't have to like set it up differently. So next I'll click on review plus create. This will take a while, so let's be patient a little bit. Okay, create. Deployment in progress. Like I said, it's take a while, so be patient, please. So as it's progressing, I'll be making use of as the good thing about Azure Web Service is that it gives you lots of options. Oh, that was fast. It gives you lots of options to deploy. You can use Git, you can use GitHub, you can use Bitbucket. So it's left for you to decide. But in this session, I'm going to be making use of local Git. So to do that, I'll click on deployment center option. Then I'll wait for this to load. It's taking a while. This is taking a while. Okay, let's be patient, please. Cool. So I'll select Git, local Git, because I want to make use of local Git for this session or workshop. So I'll click on local Git, then I'll click on save. This deployment option that I want to use, local Git. Next, to actually push to this Git, remote Git link, I'll need access credentials like username and password, which I could obtain from here. So I'll click on, I'll just copy this. Then, okay, let me first copy this URI, the Git URI. I'll use it. So I'll go back to my VS Code. Let me clear this. Then I have to initialize Git. I'm not yet done that. So I'll do Git init. Then after that, I would execute this command: git remote add origin. I'll put in the Git URI. Yep. So next, I would let me add stage everything and commit. So git add everything, git commit, init. Then I cannot push. So I'll do git push origin master. So I'll wait a little bit to bring up this dialog box where I'll put, oh, sorry, I have to copy this username. I'll paste it into the box. Then I'll copy this password and paste it in here. We should push at this point. So let's wait a little bit. Cool. So it's working. But one thing you should take note of is I don't know why, but I tried copying the whole of this as the username and it didn't work. But when I just copied this this area of the username after the back or the forward slash, it worked. I just use this as the username. So next we are going to obtain the link. I think it's still deploying. Sorry, it's still deploying. So we just have to wait until all these logs are being written. So wait a little bit. It takes a while for the first deployment, but upon subsequent deployments is very, very fast. It's still deploying. Okay, it's almost done. So deployment is successful. So we can get back to Azure portal. So here in the overview option on the left panel, if you click on it, you'll see all this data that is peculiar to your app service. So here is the URL for the web app. So if I click on it, I want to open it. Let's see. The host name could not be passed. Seems like I made a mistake in host name. So let's check it out. Oh, let me see. // Okay, so there are some key things we need to consider. Remember, we ought to put in something here, the name of the key vault, which we have not created. So right now we're going to create the key vault. So we'll go back to Azure and so now I'm going to create a key vault resource. So I'll click on resource groups, right? Yeah. Manage resource group. Then I would create Azure Key Vault. So I'll say Key Vault. Yeah, so let me call this Key Vault Swag Vault. Then I'll click on review and create. Oh, it's already in use. So let's try something else. Let's call it Swag 2KY. Review plus create. Yeah, correct. So I'm trying to create the Azure Key Vault now. This will take a while, so let's just wait a little bit. Yeah, so I should go to the resource, and as you can see, I have this created. So let me just check something to ensure I'm not making a mistake. I want to compare it to the templates, the concatenation template I had here, to ensure I'm not missing something. hps//swag2ky.vault.azure.net. Yeah, I think this is correct. So next we are going to populate we're going to like add a configuration to the app service. We're going to add a key vault name, environmental variable, and what else? Yeah, that is all for now. So I'll go back to Azure, then I'll open this other tab, So to add that environmental variable, I'll go to configuration. I'll wait a little bit, it's loading. Yeah, so I'll click on new application setting. Here I'll type what I want this to be. I'll just copy this keyboard name, then I'll paste it. Then the value should be this. So the value should be swag2ky. Yeah. Then I'd okay it. So once I save, it will trigger the app service to restart. So see this prompt here. Any changes to application settings and connection string will restart your application. So yes, I'm aware of that. To take a while. Cool. So now that we have our key vaults created and the app service created, the next step is to create the system assigned identity. So to do that, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see this identity option. So I'll click on it, and here I will activate it. I'll turn on e-status, then I'll save. Yes. So wait for it to be up and running. It's take a while. Cool. So successfully registered swag2ky with Azure Active Directory. Nice. So we'll go to Azure Key Vault, and the Azure Key Vault, what we're going to do is we're going to grant this system identity. As you can see, this is the unique ID, the principal ID for the system assigned identity. So we're going to grant this access to Key Vault. So if I open this other tab, I'll click on access policies. Then I'll click on create. Next, yeah, they already have templates here, so I'll go with secret management because I'm working with Azure Key Vault secrets. I just want get operations. I just want to activate that. So next, I'll click on the next button, and I think I'm missing something. Nope. Let me search for this. Yeah. Okay. 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 So I'll click on. I have to grant this access. So I'll click on access control IAM. Then I'll click on add. Add your assignment here. Grant access to this resource. So I want to do this. I'll click on contributor. Then I'll click on members tab. Then I'll click on manage identity. Then I'll select members here. So next I'll click on all system assigned manage identities. Then I'll select this. Yep. Next I would review and assign. Yeah. Yep. So after that, I'll go to access policies. Sorry, access configuration. Then okay, go to access policy. Then I'll click on create. Then I'm working with secret management, so I'll click on it. Next. Okay. Let's see the object principle here. For some reason, okay, I'm to type it in here. So yeah, this is the manage identity. So I'll click on it, then I'll click on next. Then I'll click on the next button, then I'll click on create. So it take a while for it to create. Yeah, so it has been created. Next, I should be able to obtain it. So they said the secret with name was not found. So that is because I've not yet added something in the Azure Key Vault. So I'll go back to Azure Key Vault and I'll click on the secret tab or the secret option. Then I'll create something now. So this was just like auto filled for me by my browser, but I think this should be my name. Let me just change it to something, to my name rather. Then I'll click on create. So I believe if I should refresh this, it should print out Samson Amugo. So yeah, we have Samson Amugo printed. So that is how to work with system assigned identity. So because of time, I won't be able to explain the concept of how to set up user assigned identity in Azure, but it's pretty easy as well. The only thing is that you have to create the resource, the user assigned identity. Then after doing that, you now map it from this identity tab in your app service plan. So once you add it here, so look at this user assign tab. Once you add it here, you also add the permission via the access policies in Azure Key Vault. So I believe you've learned a thing or two about managed resources, managed identity in Azure. If you have any question, you can ask me. Okay. Any question?
I apologize, Mr. Sampson. I was muted.
Yeah.
I said thank you for the live coding session. It was wonderful. We're currently waiting for questions to come through on the Facebook and YouTube page. So we'll just give them a few minutes.
Okay.
We do, however, have a comment from Zodwa. She said, great coding session, Samson.
No, thank you.
Could you provide contact details so our viewers or we could get a hold of you in future if we have any questions?
Okay, yeah. So here are my contact details. On Twitter, you can connect with me via Swagboons. That is my handle, Swagboons on Twitter. On LinkedIn, Samson Amugo, you find me, and I think that is about it. You can also you can go to my blog, swagboons.com, to learn a thing or two. I just put out some technical stuff there.
Thank you. We'll definitely check out your blog. We have another comment that came in from Jay. He said, thank you, Samson.
Okay, thanks. All right.
All right. It seems like that is it for the question and comments. Thank you for attending today's conference, Samson. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
No problem. Next up, we'll be moving to the closing ceremony. I would like to start off with thanking everyone who organized this event from the DUTR factory, and to thank all the speakers for attending, such as Alan Peed, Robert McLean, Mr. Somanizi. Everyone, thank you for attending. You have made this conference you wouldn't have been able to make this conference possible if it was not for you. We'd also like to thank the App Factory team, such as Ntobeko Ndindi, for securing our speakers, to thank Nikhil Ramda and his marketing team for promoting our conference. And if you have any questions or would like to find out more about our courses or about us, please use the links provided on the screen, such as emailing us at info@dutappfactory.tech, or you can check out our YouTube page or Facebook page. We do post some videos there, like short courses. So once again, thank you for everyone for attending. It was a pleasure to have you here. Don't forget to visit our website if you'd like any more information on us. Thank you.